Get the Epic game. We got the invites today. So I figured for people who haven't played before, or for people who are interested in taking a peek at what it has to offer, we'd go through the tutorials pretty quick. I can't imagine that. So I figured for people who haven't played before, or for people who are interested in taking a peek at what it has to offer, we'd go through the tutorials pretty quick. I can't imagine that. So I figured for people who haven't played before, or for people who are interested in taking a peek at what it has to offer, we'd go through the tutorials pretty quick. I can't imagine that. So I figured for people who haven't played before, or for people who are interested in taking a peek at what it has to offer, we'd go through the tutorials pretty quick. I can't imagine that. So I figured for people who haven't played before, or for people who are interested in taking a peek at what it has to offer, we'd go through the tutorials pretty quick. I can't imagine that. So I figured for people who haven't played before, or for people who are interested in taking a peek.
This number represents your opponent's health. Reduce it by attacking your opponent with champions or using events to damage your opponent directly. Reduce your opponent's health to 0 or less. This number represents your opponent's health. Reduce it by attacking your opponent's health or using events to damage your opponent directly. In case you're trying to reduce your opponent's health to 0 or less. This number represents your opponent's health. Reduce it by attacking your opponent's health or using events to sacrifice somebody directly. In case defend or event trying to reduce your opponent's health to 0. Get above the showing white represents your opponent's health. And you get to 0, attacking your opponent's health. Also, if you draw a card while you have an empty deck, you win. What rarely happens, get above the showing white represents your by attacking health. Constructed, this is certainly more true. Also, in limited, you'd be surprised how many games actually end by decking drawing from an empty deck. That's mostly because when two similarly skilled opponents play, it's very back and forth, and it's actually drawing from 0. And so most crossover runs out of cards first and winning. Runs out of cards first. Similarly skilled opponents play, and it's very back and forth, and it's actually the number on top matches the number of cards in the deck, which is runs on the count for you. You don't want to let your opponent get to 0 and then draw, then you're very back and forth. The number on top. You start with 5 cards, you have a limit of 7. If you ever have more cards in hand, you don't want to let your turn. You will discard cards, which is pretty reasonable. The number on top. You start with this is a view button, which lets you zoom in on your opponent's side of the board, and you don't try it. Your turn, you will discard cards, which is pretty on. So there's 3 different modes: into your board, view button, opponent's board, and then back to the side of the board, and you don't try it. Pretty fun. In-game settings, you can exit the current game, read the game log, or if you feel outmatched, view what's opponent's board. At the start of the game, you're allowed to mulligan, between 0 and 5 cards in your hand, and banish them. Banish is a keyword, it means read the bottom of your library, which it says right here, to the bottom of your owner's deck. At the start of the game, you're allowed to mulligan. Then you draw cards until you're back up to 5, and then use health equals the number of card keyword. So if I was playing this game, I would look at it, I would want to banish Medusa, and the reason being, then you draw cards, Medusa has loyalty to 5, you have no other evil cards, so the likelihood of us using so if I was playing this game, I would look at further looking at this hand, we have 2 slow champions and 2 defense. I'm pretty happy with this. So looking at this situation, I would expect our first turn play would be Triceratops, who's the best establishing champion, and it gives us the most amount of options. Because when you play Triceratops, you draw this situation. I don't know what they're going to have us do, so let's see what Triceratops says. The best establishing, choose any number of cards, the most put those on the bottom of your deck, draw that many cards, there is 1 health for each card. I don't try to mulligan away the Medusa. Yeah, see? You got it right. They agree with us. Select it from your hand and then press done. Okay, so they don't want to mulligan anything else, which is reasonable. Try to mulligan away the Medusa. Again, I imagine we're going to start with Triceratops unless we get a loyalty 2 card here. Okay, Lurking Giant. Lurking Giant's a 3rd ambush card, which is great, or a 3rd fast card. So now we have 3 different cards that we can play in our opponent's turn unless we get a loyalty 2 card here. It is currently our turn though, so we start. So we're probably going to play Triceratops if we have the choice. The other alternative would be Pack Alpha, which is, while Pack Alpha is not bad, Triceratops is one of the more aggressive cards, and certainly more robust than Pack Alpha. This tracker over here, which has a nice gold halo around it, will show us what part of the turn we're in. So up top is whose turn? My turn. And then down here is what part of the turn we're in. This tracker over here, which has a nice gold halo. During your turn, you can attack your opponent, use powers, and play cards. You can do each of these things as many times as you like, in any order you want. And then down here is what part. You kind of figured that already. Your opponent doesn't do anything during this main part of your turn until you attack them, or until you would try to end your turn. There's also one other point when they would get to use or to do things, and that's after blockers do anything during this main part of your turn. Each turn, including your opponent's turn, so we each get a goal on each turn. There's also one other saying, the most powerful cards cost the full gold to play. Some are free, those are the zeros. Each turn you can play one card that costs a gold and as many free cards as you like, though you cannot save your gold, so you have to use it or you'll lose. We'll get into gold management as we go through the stream, because gold management is very, very important. Though you cannot save your gold, when you start your turn you have initiative, which means you're the one who has the ability to make moves. You can see which is the player has initiative by looking at their avatar. If it's flashing, that player has initiative. So you can kind of see, if you ignore the gold halo around, you can see it's changing colors, it's pulsing, whereas this avatar is staying stationary. So that's how you can understand when you're going through your turns. While you have initiative, your opponent can't interrupt you or respond to anything you do. So any cards or abilities that you do or that you want to do, your opponent can't respond until you just decide to let them. This is very different from other games like Magic or Yu-Gi-Oh! So any cards, as soon as you do something, your opponent gets a chance to respond in a lot of those games. In this game, you do everything you want, and then your opponent can do whatever they want. And while they're doing what they're doing, you also can respond. So it's important to know that the double-edged sword in a lot of those games. In this game, let's look at some cards in your hand. While you have gold, and while select the pack alpha in your hand to zoom in on. So I hope we're just going to tell me what pack alpha does with Triceratops. Pack alpha, it is a champion, as we can tell here. It has a power and a toughness. It's monsters that can fight for you. You can use them to attack your opponent, block their attacks, or sometimes special abilities, which pack alpha definitely has in there. It's a pretty good one. On top of the card is the name. In here is the type, so wild, the subtype wolf, and then again, the alignment is wild, subtype wolf, type champion. Wild wolf, the card is the name. You can see that all right here. The number inside the cross swords is the attack, the number on the shield is alignment is wild, straightforward, right? If you do more damage than the amount of defense, you get broken. You can see that all right here. Number in the text box, you will see any special abilities. So here we have Blitz. So let's find out what Blitz does. Blitz champions may attack and use expend powers. You can see that all right here. So if you've played Magic before, the tap symbol in Magic goes right. In this game, the expend symbol goes left, but it's the same concept of attacking sideways and using powers. You see that all right here. So if you've played Magic, when you are done reading, dismiss the pack alpha. The tap symbol in Magic goes right. We have done everything. The expend symbol. Champions will only play on your turn unless they have an ability called Ambush. You see that all right here. So if you've played Magic, that's the best. Pack alpha does not have Ambush though, so we'll just play it now. To do so, drag it from your hand into the play area. So I would say that this is a mistake. If in the tutorial we should be playing Triceratops, but they're probably doing it to show us what expend does. But this is the wrong play. Triceratops is a better play. So I would say that we drag it out, goes right into the middle. There are three positions it can be in: prepared, which is right side up; expended is turned to the side; and flipped is after it's blocked. I would say that we drag it out, goes right into the middle. When you play a champion, it enters play prepared, like the pack alpha. However, if you just played it, expended is turned to the side, and therefore can't attack. This means you can only drag it out on the table at the start of your turn. However, pack alpha has Blitz, which is sweet. If it has Blitz, you can attack or use its powers immediately. Blitz champions are the exception to the rule that you have to wait to deploy. However, the expend power is one that has the following symbol in front of a colon before the actual power. Powers the tap to the left. Pack alpha has a power with an expend cost. Select pack alpha to make the abilities pop up, then select the following symbol in front of a colon. So now we're going to make two wolves, but if we notice, pack alpha has wild, or all of our wolves, our wild champions get these pop up. So there we go. So now we're going to make they are deploying, so you can see these Z's that cannot be used to attack or to expend abilities. Our wild champions get these pop up. If a token would die or gets removed from play, it gets poofed, it doesn't go to your hand or you can so that's important. You can't like recycle a token and put it on the bottom of your deck. Things like that you should be aware of. When you attack with a champion or use an expend power, it becomes expended, and you can see here turn to the left. That's important. Whereas in Magic, it would turn to the right. It's just a slight change, but it's not a big deal. It can no longer attack, block, or use its powers or use an expend power, and it is basically useless until you prepare it, which is the beginning of your next turn, and then it would turn right side up again. We have spent our goal, and so we're going to end up. Okay. Basically useless until you prepare. Our opponent's going, and now we can't do anything, and now we can see it's all lit up over here, so that's all they're telling us. Let's see what they do, and so we're going to end up. They played Rampaging Worm. That guy's huge. It's a 14/14 blitz. He's coming right at us. Let's see, we have an event we can play. That's true. Events are the second card type in Epic. They're powerful one-time effects that can do a lot of different things. You can use them to draw cards, deal damage, or destroy armies. That's true. We're going to use Erase. Erase is pretty good here. I would consider just blocking with a token and making a Lurking Giant to draw cards, deal damage, or destroy armies. This is the event Erase. On the top is the name of the card. In the middle is the alignment, and the type is I would consider below that the text box describes what the card does. Dismiss the Erase by clicking it. This is the event Erase. So the beginning of the game, we have a bad echo. I wonder why. I don't know what that is. I turned my speakers off, so I'm trying to figure it out. Beginning of the game, maybe it's OBS. We have a bad echo. I wonder why. I don't know what that is. Try turning desktop audio off. Let's see how that goes. Let me know if that fixes the issue with the echo. I didn't see that. I got a little caught up doing my introductions. It's better now. Great. All right, back to the game. Drag the Erase out of our hand to play it. So I think this is a mistake for a number of reasons. First, I would put the Wolf token into play. I would put the Wolf token in front, or rather, not into play, into the blocker zone and block the Rampaging Worm. Give our opponent to play in a zero-cost effect. Like, let's say they had Rage or something like that. They may choose to Rage the Rampaging Worm before damage. Then we could erase it, and we would get an extra card out of their hand. And we would lose the ability to block with the Wolf token, but it wouldn't really matter. This is a tutorial, so it's pretty much scripted, I would imagine. And so they're not going to do anything like that. But there's also a world where we just block with the Wolf token, make a Lurking Giant, and we crack back for like 20 damage. But we're going to go with Erase, drag it out, pops out. We draw 2 cards first. This is something that's important. You always draw the cards first. Then you return target champion to its owner's hand. When you play an event, you do what it says in the order it's listed, after which it goes to your discard pile. So what's important about this is that it's not like Magic, where you have to announce your targets when you cast it. You do it in the order. It's pretty weird, but I like it a lot. And you can use that to your advantage. Like if you draw the right card to answer it, you can erase something different. You may play events on your turn or at certain times on your opponent's turn, like when you're being attacked, which is now. Erase draws us 2 cards. Now we'll have to target something. Let's choose the Rampaging Worm that's coming towards us. So we click Rampaging Worm. There we go, and hit done. And now we've defended them. It's in our discard pile, and we can hit pass. Makes sense. They didn't do anything else. They passed to us, so we pass again, and it comes to our turn. We'll notice that our Pack Alpha becomes prepared, which is turned upright. We get our gold back, and we draw a card, which was Fireball. Fireball is pretty sweet. It deals 3 damage to a target. So that's a 0. We like that. We can also upgrade it to deal 3 damage to everything. We can attack. Okay, so we're going to attack. We're bringing in a Wolf. We're going to attack with the Wolf. I like this play. It's aggressive, and we get to see what's happening. We also want to use all of our cards that are in play before we use the cards that are in our hand. So we get the most amount of information and the most value out of the cards we've already played. We're going to go to blocking. Let's see what they do. We have initiative during the attack, so we're going to pass. All right. Our opponent played Noble Unicorn. That card's sweet. So Noble Unicorn's a 6/6 ambush. When it comes into play, you draw a card, and whenever you would play a good 1 gold card, you would ally trigger and draw an additional card. That's basically what this is saying. So now they could block. See how it has Z's? Z's means you can't use expends, but Z's can still block. And they throw the Noble Unicorn in front. So we can look right now. Before we get to it, I can tell you we're going to be fireballing this Noble Unicorn. So it's got 6 defense. We're doing 3 damage, and the fireball will get the next 3. But as you can see, it turned upside down when it blocked, and that just basically means it can't block again this turn. So the Wolf has 3 offense, has 6 defense, so it won't break and stay in play. We're going to let them do things. They didn't make any other plays, so they didn't. Now we get to go. We're going to not do anything, and we're going to battle. Noble Unicorn is going to fight Wolf. Noble Unicorn wins, Wolf dies, and as you can see, it doesn't go to our graveyard. It gets removed from the game. But now that it has 3 damage, we're going to use this Fireball. See? It's a free event because it's a 0, and it does 3 damage to a single target. It does say here that we can expend it, but I don't think they're going to let us. Yeah, we're going to play it. Yeah, we're only doing 3 damage. Okay, and now it's gone. It's gone, rather. Poof. So again, I would like to play Triceratops now. Well, first I would attack with the Wolf and make 2 more Wolves with Pack Alpha.
Okay, so for whatever reason it wants us to attack with both champions together. This is again is a play mistake. I wouldn't do this. I would put one in, then the other. And the reason for that is that they've already used their gold on Noble Unicorn. They could have a zero cost answer, and if they had a zero cost ambush blocker, they would stop all the damage with one blocker. And the other way, they wouldn't be able to do that. So I think it's just important to consider that. Again, this is a tutorial, so they're not going to block, but this is a way to get punished when you play competitive Epic, is to do things like this. You definitely do not want this in your gameplay wheelhouse. But as I said, they're not gonna. Oh, they are gonna block. See, this is just really poor play, and we're gonna get punished for it. So this is tutorials showing you how not to play. There we go. So if we had attacked the other way, the wolf would have died to the demon, and we would have hit for 5. This way, we're gonna kill the demon with the pack alpha, and the wolf's gonna die. I still think we would have been better off just getting in with the pack alpha, or making 2 more wolves. Notice they didn't get to recycle with Word of Summoning because they didn't have another card in their graveyard. That's really good for us. We're playing Standard Bearer here. I think this is a big mistake. Again, Standard Bearer has Ambush. You want to control your Ambush champions to play on your opponent's turn. And Triceratops is really good, and so there's no reason not to play it here. I think this is just a scripted thing where they want to show us how Tribute works and how the ability here for making your other humans bigger works. But I don't really like it. Yeah, it's Tribute. That's what it's for. But the Triceratops also has Tribute. But anyway, we're going to make 2 humans and give everyone +2/+0. Okay, drag it out. It's going to pop out 2 humans. And you can see they all have Z's because they weren't on the turn before. So now we're going to have to pass. Yep, we're going to pass to them. They're going to pass back to us because they used their gold on Noble Unicorn. Go to our next turn. All right, the Risen. So they made a bunch of zombies. And they're attacking with everything together. Okay, so we get to defend. So, I would just block with 1 human and kill 1 zombie and have my whole army together. I don't know what they're going to have us do. They want us to block with all 3 of our champions. That just doesn't seem right at all. Okay, so we're blocking, we're blocking, we're blocking. When champions deal damage to the battle, who controls it? So this is kind of misleading too, because you don't have to necessarily, it doesn't block like Standard Bearer to zombie tokens. It's not like that. It's, if you've ever played Magic, it's more like a band. So in theory, if I was my opponent, I could use 2 zombies to kill the Standard Bearer. But I'm betting by the way they have this laid out, it's going to show us that 3 damage here, 3 damage here, 3 damage here. But that's not the way it's going to work in real life. So I would be, or it shouldn't work that way. If it does, it's a poor interface issue. All right, so let's go to damage and see what happens. Drag a line from your champion to an opposing champion to assign damage. So we're gonna do 1 to each because this way we'll kill all of, or we'll kill these 2. 1 of them will live. Like blocking with Standard Bearer is just silly, I think. So they should be dragging. Yeah, there we go. They did it right. All right, so our Standard Bearer is going to die, and we get our tokens, and they all die. And that is the end of this episode. Okay, so what's episode 2 going to be like? Good, good, good. In Epic, there are many keywords like ambush, which we learned about before, expend, and tribute. We learned about all those cool things. It is currently our initiative on the first turn. We can do things. We can see Triceratops. Finally, we get to play this card, Breakthrough. Breakthrough is if you assign damage over their defense, it goes through and hits the opponent. So that's sweet. That's like Trample in Magic, and it's Fairy Meteor Crush in Yu-Gi-Oh! So now we get to drag Dinosaur, use our gold, and play Triceratops, which is what we should have done last time. That card's sweet. Zoom in on Word of Summoning. The Word of Summoning puts a demon token into play. It's what our opponent used against us before. Hey, how's it going? And Recycle. Recycle is put 2 cards from your discard pile on the bottom of your deck in any order and draw a card. Recycling is one of the key components to Constructed, and you should manage your deck to be able to recycle often and to try to prevent your opponent's ability to recycle. Press end turn to signify you would like to move to your opponent's turn. So we've used our gold. We don't have any zeros that we want to play because we won't be able to recycle, so we'll just pass to our opponent. They're going to do something. Okay, they played Thought Plucker. Anyone who knows me knows how much I love me some Thought Plucker. I think it's the best card in the game. They are going to do that. So we're going to have to look at Lightning Storm because it has recall. Recall means you can return it from your discard pile to your hand for a cost. In this case, the cost is spending your gold. The recall ability is written on a gray block. This is to remind you that it can be returned from your discard pile. It will also be highlighted in your discard pile if you have your gold available. So we'll take a look at that. Since we can recall Lightning Storm anytime we have gold, it's a good card to discard. Continue and follow the Thought Plucker prompt when it comes up. So I disagree with this. I would not discard Lightning Storm because Lightning Storm is a great card that kills Thought Plucker and something else. So you could do 1 damage to Thought Plucker, 5 damage to them, or if they played a gold card on their turn, we could do something with the with the Lightning Storm. Looking at this hand, I'd probably discard Transform. That's just the way I see it. But let's see what happens. We'll discard Lightning Storm. I'm sure we're going to play Pyromancer and shoot Thought Plucker and block whatever they attack us with. Probably like a Blitz champion. Let's see. Since your opponent made a play, the initiative comes back to us. They didn't do anything after Thought Plucker. So we pass back. We get to see what it does. Tribute ability, what we just dealt with, which was discarding a card, they also get to draw. Unblockable is the new word. Unblockable literally means can't be blocked. This is why Thought Plucker is the best card in the game. If you look above my head on the stream, you'll see Thought Plucker's art, and that's because I just love Thought Plucker. I think it's such a great card. It also has the ability happens every time it deals damage, making it one of the better cards in Epic. Try passing the turn again. So now we're going to end our turn. They are not going to do anything, so we're on their turn. Good. Dark Knight. Oh, look. There's that Blitz champion I was predicting. All right, they passed, so we moved to their turn. They drew a card and played a Dark Knight, which is a free champion with Blitz, and they are attacking with it. See why it shimmers. Dark Knight is unbreakable on their turn, which is right here on the card. It cannot be put into the discard pile from a break effect or from damage. Any champion that is hard to get rid of in Epic will shimmer to make sure you think twice before interacting with it. So I'm assuming unbanishable champions will also shimmer in a similar way. So now we're going to see this guy. 7 defense, so he'll block and not die. The tribute ability won't affect Dark Knight, but it can break Thought Plucker. Exactly. It also has a gold power to deal 4 damage to spend your gold. You can only use it while it's in play, and you have initiative. Okay. So in competitive Magic, I believe that the person would more likely choose to attack with Thought Plucker before Dark Knight. So then when we played Pyromancer, they would know better. And like we could just block the Dark Knight with the Triceratops. This play of teching in the Pyromancer doesn't really matter or doesn't mean anything. But here we go. Here's the Pyromancer. We're going to select Thought Plucker and shoot it for 4. And then we're going to block with Pyromancer here, and I'm not sure if I like that. I'd rather block with Triceratops. But here it comes. So now we walk into a lot of damaging effects that could kill our guy. And remember, our opponent's gold is still up. So this is, again, I think this is a poor play as far as technical skill works. But we're going to just see some things highlighted. So we do the block. Our guy rotated 180 degrees. We deck some damage. He takes some damage. He's unbreakable. We don't die. Gold Dragon. Gold Dragon, sweet. Gold Dragon has Airborne, Blitz, and gives all of his good champions Righteous. The equivalent of Righteous is like Lifelink if you've played a different game, like Magic. And because it gives itself Righteous, whenever itself would deal damage, it would gain that much health. The card's super swell. So it has Blitz, and it should just be attacking right now. I don't know why they're ending their turn. There's no reason to play Gold Dragon and not attack into this board. Our Triceratops has Breakthrough, and we're going to gain more life than we'll lose from Pyromancer attacking us. So this is just our opponents being nice to us because it's a tutorial. Also, if you don't notice here, these 4 cards are the amount of cards our opponent has in their hand. That's cool to note. We drew Plentiful Dead. That's a sweet card. I love Plentiful Dead. So now that's pretty cool. We have Loyalty. I was wondering how they were going to get it to us. And we get Recall, so that's Pro too. It's a free event that puts a zombie token into play. It also has a discard pile ability. See the gray box? It's like Recall on the Lightning Storm, but the cost is the ally effect, not 1 gold. So whenever we play a 1 gold red card, it comes back to our hand. We also have to pay 1 health. Oh man, they wouldn't let you have the S or the G, Tom. That stinks. If you want to send me a challenge, I'd love to play either you or Jonah. But that'd be swell. So it doesn't have a gold cost because it's 0. It's an ally trigger, like I said. Ally abilities are triggered when a gold or the alignment is played. Be mindful if you upgrade a 0 to a draw 2 or to any other effect, it does not count as an ally ability. So you can get it later and it's free, you might as well play it now. It also means that we're likely going to play this Medusa this turn, and it's going to show us the trick of how you can stack your triggers and get loyalty that way. But for now, let's make a 2/2 zombie. Once again, we're just giving away free information to our opponent that we shouldn't be doing this to play well. We should attack with our Triceratops first. Okay, Triceratops attack. I like this idea. Okay, we're going to pass to the blocker step. Our opponent should not block. Ooh, he's playing an ambush champion. They have played another ambush champion, and it's smaller it's smaller than our Triceratops. That's good. Okay. So he's double blocking. Interesting. So in order for this to be an effective double block, both creatures have to live, so we're going to kill it probably with Medusa. All right, let's see. Crystal Golem is super sweet. He can break it to draw 2 cards. So if I was in their shoes and showing us the game, if we kill Gold Dragon, the correct play would then be to break Crystal Golem to draw 2 cards. They'll take an extra 4 damage, but I'd rather take 4 damage and draw 2 cards than prevent 4 damage, unless it was the last couple of damage points. So yep. Alrighty. Let's see what Medusa does. Medusa has a loyalty 2, which breaks a champion, which is what I said. Okay. So we're going to drag Medusa into play. That's going to trigger Plentiful Dead. We get the recall ability. Yep. Okay, so we have the trigger. So the one that we want to resolve first is the pay 1 health recall, because if we do that, then we're going to get our loyalty 2 break target champion to work. So we select recall. We pay 1 health. We lose a life over here. Now we have to show 2 things. We'll show Word of Summoning and Plentiful Dead. Boom. And so it's popping them up. I assume my opponent sees the same things. Hey, Charlie, how's it going? And then we select 1 target. Crystal Golem is untargetable, and Dark Knight doesn't make any sense to target, so we're going to target the Gold Dragon. So I'm having trouble clicking it, but what's cool about this is that we can just move this box so I can get a better shot, and right in the middle. Boom. Alright, Gold Dragon down. Now that the battle is back in our favor, we hit pass. So our Triceratops will deal 10 damage. Their guy does 7, so we live, they die. We have breakthrough, so they're going to take 6 damage anyway. If I was in their shoes, I would totally break my Crystal Golem to draw 2 cards. But because, again, it's a tutorial, I'm going to imagine they're going to just take 6 damage. Yeah. Again, I think that would be a mistake in competitive play. And here we go. 10 minus 4 equals 6. Continue. Alright, we're going to end our turn. I like ending our turn here. We're very far ahead. We have nothing to do. Let's see. Thunderous. Whoo, that guy's sweet. Your opponent also passed, so your turn ended. We went right to their turn. They drew, and they played a giant dragon. It's okay, so it does have a shimmer like this guy, and it's the same way, and it's unbanishable, like I said it would be. Pretty sweet. We have Transform, which it says to banish the champion. So transform target champion into a wolf token. Interesting. So this is the upgraded words. If you have the actual cards in real life, the image or the text on Transform says banish a champion that's even if it's unbanishable. But they made that keyword into Transform to make it cleaner, and they implemented the updated text onto the app, which I think is awesome. And then whoever does it becomes a wolf token. So we're going to use Transform right now to turn Thunderous into a wolf. So we're going to do this. We're going to select, make it into a wolf, and then we're going to target Thunderous and hit done. So this is part of the reason why Thunderous is a weaker champion, is because it's super slow and it's susceptible to a lot of things. Okay, so now we're going to look at Word of Summoning. Play the Word of Summoning. I don't want to play Word of Summoning right now. We only have 2 cards in our graveyard, and one of them is Lightning Storm, and we don't want to lose that. Okay, so we may select nothing to recycle. So here's the thing. If we choose to recycle, we'll draw a card, but we would lose our Lightning Storm, and Lightning Storm is more valuable than drawing a random card from our deck. So we're definitely going to just skip this recycle. I think that was a mistake to even play Word of Summoning. We don't even need a demon token. There's no real reason for us to have done that. We drew Frost Giant. That guy's swell. Start your turn off right by looking at the card we just drew. He's got Blitz. Tribute expends all of our opponent's blockers. So we're going to play Frost Giant. Select our opponent, so we have to actually click their avatar because it's target player, and then click done. Now they're all expended, and it's saying to drag every champion into the battle zone. Again, I would do one at a time. If you send everything in at once, then you're likely to get blown out by a single chump blocker. But again, because this is a scripted demo, I'm going to imagine that they're not going to play anything and he's just going to die. But this is weak play. I would not do this if I was playing competitively. You can see how they stacked up the extra creatures. Okay. Oh, so we can skip through this. There's a shortcut. Shortcuts are awesome. long press or right click on the pass button to make the battle pass. So we hold this and then we get battle pass. Using this button lets you pass initiative during the battle phase, so unless they do something, it'll go right through and come right out the other end, which I think is a cool feature, so that way we don't waste time waiting for people to click through each other. My username is Samote Noxid, Tom. It's the one that's right there on top of my stream. If you look on this page, I'm sorry, I didn't see your question until just now. Okay, so this ends keywords, and then it says soon for episode 3, so we have to wait for that. So now that we've done that, let's get into the game. Let's see if we have any. I was looking before at online play. Let's see if we have any challenges. Trunks651 is a friend of mine. He has sent me a challenge. Accept. So we didn't match up. So what probably happens? One of us updated because there was an update. So if either they didn't update or I might have missed an update, it won't work. So I'll just have to find someone else to challenge. Let's try new game. We'll do random 30, which is my favorite. Huh. I hit new game. Oh, I'm waiting for an opponent for a random 30. Okay. So if somebody wants to hop in and hit random 30, that'd be swell. Or maybe people are in the dark draft queue. Maybe that's what it is. There's not too many people yet who have access, so we kind of have to coordinate everything together. So if Jonah or Tom, who's watching, wants to do a quick dark draft with me and kick my butt, that'd be swell. In fact, if any of you are watching and do want to do that, just send me a message. I don't want to have too much dead air time here, so I'm going to hop in and try to look at the campaign. So here we have the campaign mode. I quit out of a window. So here, I'll show you. If you go anywhere, so we'll go here. You can't leave this without quitting, which is why it said I was defeated, but I just quit. All right, Tom, you finish your thing, and then when you're done, send me a message. You can send it on Facebook or here in the chat. You encountered an enemy, Icy Assault. It's rapidly been getting colder and colder the closer you got to the location you had in mind as a resting spot. It looks like someone or something already claimed it as theirs, and they are guarding it with some mean-looking machines. And as you look up to the sky to lament your luck, you find it is the reason for the sudden chill. And this is the image for Ice Drake, which is a 6/8 ambush loyalty to expendable opponents champions, or target players champions. Card suite. So let's see what we're going to encounter. All right, we got Muse. We're already happy. We have the Mulligan. Dark Leader's the worst card in the history of Epic, so we're definitely going to get rid of that. We don't have Loyalty for White Knight, but it replaces itself. We're kind of low on cards in the beginning. I'm actually going to get rid of Frost Giant, even though it would tap everything. I really want to draw a card off White Knight. We're going to keep Flame Strike, because I think that this person's probably going to have Ice Drakes. Ice Drakes are 6/8s. And so, since it has 8 toughness, Flame Strike will kill it, and that'll give us some time. It'll give us it's also our only off-turn play right now. And, okay, so Tom sent me a challenge. Alright, so we'll go real quick. If we put these 2 cards down, boop, boop. We got Erase, which is great in Jungle Queen. It's our main phase, so I would play White Knight. Draw a card first, but we're not going to maybe be able to hit Loyalty either way. Maybe we should have played Jungle Queen. Anywho, we'd pass to our opponent. They're going to have some kind of Ice Drake. Yeah, there it is. Alright, I'm going to back out of here quick. Alright, they won't let me because they're in the middle of an effect. So they're showing me Ice Drake, and I think it was another Ice Drake. I didn't see, maybe it was an Erase. But I'm going to exit out of here and go play with Tom. So you can see here, it's going to tell me, you have been defeated. Yeah, I understand. I hit restart, it gets me back here, and we're going to hop out to the main menu. Oh, hey, Gabriel. You're Blarg. I will challenge you soon. Me and Tom Sorensen have a challenge waiting for each other. And I have one from Blarg as well. Alright, this one is timed, it looks like. Let's get in here. Alright, we got a sweet hand. I'm pretty happy about this. We're going first. And so, yeah, these are all good cards. We'll keep all of these, actually. And we'll go. I will play Secret Legion, and I'll make 6 humans. We're setting up for a Deadly Raid later. Of course, now that he knows that, he can do stuff. Attack. So we're going to attack one at a time. Like I was saying before, it's very important. Pass. Oh, this is a timed game. This is going to be interesting. I didn't realize it was going to work like this. I am going to head over to Dark Draft with Tom and concede to Gabriel right now after this quick game. All right, I guess we could play out the rest of this game. It shouldn't take too long, one way or the other. So the way this works is you have 3 minutes to make a play for each player. This is very similar to their 3-minute rule on the Star Realms app. My only problem with that is for situations like this where you attack one at a time. He's saying our game bugged out. All right. Can you exit or concede or something? Because I can't get out. Gabe, I can't get out of the game. This is part of playing with an alpha, people. It's gonna get better. I'm gonna have to mention this to the people that I was told there's a Google place where I can message bugs. Okay, he's playing a Crystal Golem. And it reset his timer. And we have a chess clock. There we go. All right, we're playing again. I think he's gonna block with the Crystal Golem. All right. So attack. I'm going to do the battle pass trick. Hopefully that speeds it up. See, this is kind of the issue with this situation, where you have these time limits and the chess clock. Like, because of the way I'm attacking. All right, good. So Gabriel blocked with his guy. For the sake of time, I'm going to attack with all of them. I'm going to assume he doesn't have a 0. But I would not do this in competitive Epic, but I'm trying to get to the game with Tom. He's waiting for me. So we'll just do it this way for speed's sake. Okay, damage was dealt. I could play Keeper here, but I'm going to wait because I'm going to get the recycle when I play it on that turn, so we're going to live that life. Gabriel's got a Crystal Golem. We'll see what he does on his turn. I'm going to just send Tom a message on Facebook that we're finishing this game up. Our opponent's attacking. We're definitely not doing anything. We know what's going on. So here we are. Yep. Okay, so he broke Crystal Golem to draw 2 cards. It's a pretty strong move. It tells us that he either didn't have a good play or he was trying to get a specific card. He got Winter Fairy, which is a solid card, but I'm going to blow him out a little bit. See, it's when it's broken, but not when it leaves play. So I'm going to play Erase, and I'm going to put Winter Fairy back in his hand. Oh, man. And there's the champ, everybody. There's the plucker. So we're pretty happy about that. Okay. Our opponent has 8 cards. They're going to have to discard 1. That was part of the reason why we played Erase. So once that happens, we're going to get our turn. We're going to lead off with Keeper of Secrets. It's going to have Blitz. Then we're going to Deadly Raid. So we're going to go Keeper of Secrets. We're going to play Deadly Raid. Everyone's going to get +2/+1 unblockable. We're also going to trigger Recycle. And we're definitely going to choose Secret Legion and Deadly Raid. We might have a Memory Spirit in our deck. So we want to be able to pick up that Erase again. And we draw Courageous Soul. That's pretty good to go with all of our tokens. So now because they're unblockable, the only card that would really blow us out is Spike Trap. And we're going to Battle Pass again. I really like that trick to speed up the combat.
Ah, there's the spike trap after we said it. So yeah, we definitely should have attacked one at a time, and Gabriel's punishing us for using the app interface, which is fine. But again, in competitive play, I totally would have attacked one at a time. But anywho. It's pretty unfortunate for me because, again, I really just got blown out like that hard because it's the app. That's the only reason. Alrighty, end turn. Yeah, so I was trying to get to the game with Tom, and I played pretty poorly, and that spike trap pretty much turned the game. I gave up basically 2 golds worth of turn for a 0. So Gabriel's returning the favor, I guess, and attacking with both guys for me. Because of that, I'm just going to throw out this Courageous Soul. It has no more value for me, and so I'm going to try to block with it. None of his guys have breakthrough, so that's great. It's just going to stop everything. Much like how I got blown out by the spike trap, he's going to get blown out by this bad blocker. To note for everybody that this random 30 scenario allows for everything to... we could both have the same cards. So what's sweet about this is that I'm going to be able to kill his Courageous Soul. We're going to trade off, and his Lurking Giant is going to deal no damage, which is amazing for me. And we have our gold up still. Alright, so there's Rage for him. He's going to throw it onto the Giant, I imagine. Yeah, that's fine. We're not going to do anything about it. We're going to have to just eat it. So, we need to get another red card in our hand. We're going to do the damage over here and apply. And most of this blowout, it all comes from us, again, throwing away the spike trap, or walking into the spike trap early. So our hope is that he doesn't have Flame Strike or something like that. He's got Ogre Merc, which is fine. We're going to be able to play Thought Plucker, though, and that's going to be great for us. He ate a Spike Trap, so he doesn't have... Well, he only got Rage in the graveyard, so he could very possibly have Memory Spirit already. But we'll start with Thought Plucker and see what happens. We really would like to get another evil card off the top so that we could easily hit Medusa's Loyalty. Medusa's Loyalty is one of the best ones in the game. It's a break target champion, so it's really solid. He discarded Wolf Companion, so that's a pretty weak 0. Most people choose not to play it when they have the choice. How did he play Winter Fairy? And what? He played his gold this turn. Oh, no, he only played Rage. Ah. I'm being silly. Yep, we have no blocks. Okay, still don't have a 0 effect. So we're going to send in the Plucker. Hope it gets us a, or rather, still don't have a second gold card, a second red card. I'm probably okay. So he's going to 5 and 5, and that's pretty much game. So we have to take the one that's prepared, so we're going to take Winter Fairy. There's no world where we actually win this game, but we have to pretend as if we can. The only thing we could do is block with Winter Fairy with whatever he attacks, have Winter Fairy die, and then draw an off-turn sweeper. But yeah, I mean, I'm somewhat salty with how this turned out. So, alright, so we would die if we don't block this, so we have to block. Our play is going to be to block and then lash our Winter Fairy to try to draw a off-turn sweeper so that it will die. Zombie Apocalypse and Wave of Transformation and Inheritance of the Meek are the cards we're trying to get to. Those are none of those cards, so we will concede. Okay, I'm going to message Tom that we can play now. Alright, Tom challenged me to random 30. Okay, accept. Challenge is accepted. So I hit accept. Challenge not found. User profile. I know that I lost. Okay. So I will challenge. Let's see. Let's do a dark draft, Tom. Oh, I have to type in a player's name. And it's Tom Epic Gaiman, I believe is what it was. Oh, I messed that up. Tom Epic Gaiman to a dark draft. Your request is sent. Wait for the response. Alrighty. We're doing random 30 with Tom, so we figured it out. Head stream unit minimized. Yeah. So I only attack like that. So I only attack with the deadly raid like that because I was trying to get to the game with Tom because he was waiting for me. I think I would have won the game if I had not thrown away all the tokens into the spike trap. But you definitely you punished me for it. I even said when I did it that you would have that spike trap would beat me. We're talking about mulligans here. Most of these cards are pretty swell. I think one of our guys is going to die. We can Corpse Taker it back. We're going to Noble Unicorn into Avenging Angel, whose turn is first. We go first, which is kind of suboptimal here. We're definitely going to patch with our gold up. I don't want them. I don't want them. We can. I kind of like Lash a lot. We have some guys that are going to have trouble. Let's see if we can get a better card. We're going to send Lash away. All right, Inner Peace. That card's great with Noble Unicorn. It's like a combo. I'm really happy now. So here we are. We have advantage. We don't want to waste anything. We don't want to attack. We're going to give priority to Tom and let him do something. All right, so he played Angelic Protector, which is fine. We're just going to Inner Peace here. Gain 10 life. Boom. So we both used our gold. Worked out pretty well for me. I still I'm going to get an Inner Peace back, set up my Noble Unicorn. I'm pretty ecstatic with how things are going. So we're not going to be able to block this or interact with it. We're not going to blow Drain Essence on it. We have so much life gain in our hand right now that Tom's going to have a hard time actually killing us, which is going to be good. We're going to have a lot of time to draw cards. And our Corpse Taker is going to rebuy our Noble Unicorn. If and or when he kills it. I'd like to do Recall first. So I get back Inner Peace, and then I draw a card for the turn. Now I'll pass back to Tom and see what he wants to do. He did have his gold up, so he played correctly. He dropped in an Avenging Angel, which is a good card. Luckily for us, we have an answer for Avenging Angel in the form of Drain Essence. So he's going to get his 6 in, and that's fine. Note, while Avenging Angel is expended, you cannot be attacked. So that's why we have to kill it with our Drain Essence on our turn. We draw Angelic Protector. It's pretty funny. We have 2 of the same cards already. But Tom knows how much I love Drain Essence, so we're definitely going to play it on his guy. Gain some life back, get up to 37. So I'm going to choose not to attack with Noble Unicorn. And the reason is I don't care about the 6 damage as much as the cards. And if he has an ambush blocker, it's going to really hurt us. So we're just going to pass the turn. So he decided to draw 2 with Bitten, it looks like. In which case now we attack as his gold is down. But see, I protected my Noble Unicorn. That's a strong play. A lot of other players might have walked into a trick that Tom might have had. So you just got to be mindful of your cards and where they matter. Yes, we have Corpse Taker to rebuy this, but we want to use it as few times as possible. Okay, we're not gonna. So now that the first chance we get, we're gonna fire off this inner piece. It's gonna draw us a card and make our other good cards worth more later. So we're just gonna jam it right away. We don't want to run the risk that he kills our Noble Unicorn. We draw Strafing Dragon. This card's gonna be great when we get Loyalty. Otherwise, it's got Airborne, Ambush, and Blitz, which are all good. But if we get Loyalty, we can deal 5 to anything. That's gonna be awesome for us. But we took 5, so even though we're taking damage, we're still up at 42 HP. Oh, that's a Raging T-Rex. I'm sure Tom has Loyalty. He wouldn't fire it off. Jungle Queen and Wolf Companion. So by showing us Jungle Queen, Tom tells us that he doesn't have another wild card in his hand because he would have just led off with Jungle Queen. It's interesting to note those kind of situations. So from here, we're going to play our Avenging Angel. That's going to get our Noble Unicorn to draw us a card and the recall from Inner Peace, which is just great. So much value for us right here. And Angel of Mercy is even more value because it gets back all these good champions. So we're going to attack with the Angel, send them on in. I'm going to expect that Tom has some kind of response here, but this is the correct play for us to make. The Angel only works when it's expended the it can't be attacked clause. So he has Inheritance. So this is great for us. He's banishing all the champions, including his T-Rex, and we're drawing a card. So he doesn't know about our Angel, but he was so the inner piece Noble Unicorn synergy is so good that he had to get rid of it all right there. We have 8 cards in our hand and no target for Corpse Taker, so I'm actually going to discard here. I don't feel like I need to do anything else. So we're going to hit end turn. The card in our hand that has the least synergy is Time Walker. Oh, we don't. No, yeah. Okay, so Tom has to get a chance. Time Walker has the least amount of synergy. Succubus can hit Loyalty off Corpse Taker. Strafing Dragon, Rain of Fire can play together, and our 3 good cards are solid. Time Walker is a really slow champion, and the ability isn't always good. We may be ahead on board. So this is the weakest card in our hand, so we're going to discard Time Walker. So now Tom is disadvantaged because he has gold first. He's playing that card, which is Jungle Queen. Looking at the board state, the correct play for me is just to keep advancing my life total with Inner Peace, and punishing him for not having a way to punish me for doing it. You know, I'm getting close to Kark range if it was legal. Alright, Rally the People. This card's pretty awful, but it'll chump block for us later. That said, we're going to need to establish our board a little bit here. I'm not really excited about any of these lines. I think Corpse Taker, take back our Time Walker would work, but it doesn't really do anything. Like, it keeps us in a net 0 hand situation. I think we're going to probably just do that and play Time Walker as a 10-10. I'm not really thrilled about it, but actually, Succubus is what we're going to play. It's going to draw us a card. If we draw an evil card, we'll get Loyalty, and then we'll have a nice aggressive-ish creature. So we're going to want to draw a card first, because if we draw an evil card, we'll have Loyalty. We didn't get rewarded, but that's okay. So we'll just we'll pass the turn. One thing I would like for the app to change is that it should give me the option to reveal for Loyalty even if I don't have it, because it tells my opponent that I don't have Loyalty right now. That's pretty weak. So Tom played Psionic Assault, which is to make me discard 2 cards, which is actually interesting, but not very good against what my hand is right now. So we're going to discard Rally the People and Ice Drake, and that's, again, we're not going to get the Loyalty on Ice Drake, and we have so many off-turn plays. That's what we don't need it right now. We can also buy it back with Corpse Taker if we need to. We're going to fire off Angelic Protector first because Angel of Mercy can bring it back. So we're going to play this so we don't lose our stuff. And we're going to kill his guy. So we're going to do Recall first. We're going to choose to make Succubus unbreakable, because now we can double block and kill his guy. And we have to pass back. Okay. Get the blocks down. Now I realize his gold is up, so he can punish us now. But we're so high in life that we're pretty happy about, you know, any kind of. We could take any punish, but we want to get ahead on board. And most of his punishes aren't going to be able to hit this guy now because we made him unbreakable and untargetable. So that's good for us. Tom's thinking about how he wants to handle his Jungle Queen. He's chomping it. Okay, so he's killing my Angel so that his Jungle Queen will survive combat. That's fine with us. We got his gold out, right? And we got the inner piece back in our hand, and our Angel of Mercy is set up to set up power for our Protector to come back on our next turn. Zombie Apocalypse, that card's amazing. Alright, so first thing we're going to do is attack. And the reason is we just want to get more information out of Tom. We're so far ahead in life. We're probably just going to throw down inner piece here. Ceasefire, that's great. We weren't going to attack you anymore anyway, Tom. Spike Trap, that's good. Okay. Take a peek in our graveyard here. Oh, we're seeing the cards that he's eating, which are Ceasefire and Inheritance. Okay, we can look in our graveyard maybe. Okay. We have a Time Walker. We see Rally the People here and some other things. But it's a little buggy because I was doing it while something else was happening. So this is just a feature or a mistake of the game. I'm sure when I do something else, it'll go back down. None of the cards in our graveyard are super attractive to get back right now. And I think we just want to we have Zombie Apocalypse to get more cards out of Tom. So we're just going to jam Inner Piece and just play it slow. Yeah, so our graveyard went back down. We gained a bunch of life. Okay, let's do this. Let's do that. There we go. So we had to reclose the window because the alpha was bugging. And that's just part of the deal. If you're looking in windows while things are changing, it gets disgruntled. Things that we find as we play. Tom's attacking. I don't want to block here, so we're just going to take that damage. We have plenty of life to take that damage. He should pass back to me with his gold up, but we are so far ahead that he might feel pressured into doing something. Okay, he played a 0. Cave Troll gets pumped by Jungle Queen, which is interesting. He passed to us, so we're going to fire off the Angel. We're going to then recall our Inner Piece. Pass back to him. Remember, he banished away our Noble Unicorn earlier. Otherwise, that's what we would get. But now we're just going to get the Angel if it's there. And if we get the Angel, we're going to target this Angel with the ability. Dark Assassin, that card's awesome. Let's see if he has loyalty. Infernal Gatekeeper, which he's showing, so he does. And Murderous Necromancer, that's going to kill our Angel and make us have sad faces. Angel of Light, wow, we're just getting all the all-stars right now. So we're just going to play it nice and slow. We have so much life in our deck, in our game, that we just take it nice and easy, nice and slow. Throw out a Corpse Taker here. We're going to select to get back Angel of Mercy, because Angel of Mercy will get us back Angelic Protector. And unbeknownst to Tom, will also get us back Angel of Light. Okay, so Tom has one. He has Avenging Angel in his graveyard. So it's important for us to get rid of that with Corpse Taker before we use Zombie Apocalypse. He used his gold on Wolf's Companion. That's pretty interesting. I'm not really sure what that was about. Okay, so we're going to play Rain of Fire here. Deal some damages. 3 damage to the first, 4 damage to the second, 5 damage to the third. Apply. Boom. Everybody down. And then we'll take 5 from Jungle Queen. So we lost the Blitz, or the loyalty on Strafing Dragon for that play, but we got rid of his gold champion, which was really important, the Dark Assassin. Yeah, we're not going to block or have any other effects. Priestess Evangeline, recycle Tom. So we're going to hope he recycles some champions here. He's got a couple of events. But there goes a champion. That's great for us. Because we have Zombie Apocalypse. And there's a second champion. It's even better for us. We're going to hope to get rid of this Cave Troll so that he can't get a value from that. And that'll put him to no champions in his discard pile, which would be really, really great. That would mean that our Zombie Apocalypse would make us 1, 2, 3, at least 4, possibly 5 champions. So that's all. White Knight, that's a Tom special. Let's see if he's got loyalty. He drew his card. We know he has Infernal Gatekeeper. He gained 3 from his Priestess. He's playing Wither on my Corpse Taker to protect his Cave Troll. It's very reasonable. Alright, what a draw. Wow. So we're going to pick up this High King. We're going to resolve the recall first. And then we're going to show Angel of Mercy and Inner Peace because Tom knows we have them. And then we're going to banish that White Knight. Request that he leave the premises. Ooh. Wait, what? Oh, because he can play it because of Jungle Queen. Whew. There's a humdinger. There's a humdinger. That's a biggie. Alright, so now we're incentivized into Zombie Apocalypse. But we're so high on life that I think we can afford to let it live to see if we can get a High King activation. I'm going to see what Tom does. Alright, there comes the worm. I think we could just take this. I don't want to blow my cards on it. We'll just take 20 or 19 rather. But this gives it ambush, which is really strong for Tom right here. Yeah, my plan for this turn is just going to be to Inner Peace unless he sends in the Priestess. Then I have to think if I want to play Angel or not. Yeah, his gold is still up, so I think I'm just going to take this. It's only 1 damage. It's not worth trying to kill it. He can gain 3 life if he wants it off of a good card. We know he has Infernal Gatekeeper in his hand. And I forget the other red card. I think it was the Wither that he showed us for the Dark Assassin. I think if he passes to me, I'm just going to take the turn. I don't want to give him a chance to punish me further. And if I can get the High King to untap with, that'd be really good for me. Every time I can use High King, I'm getting really far ahead. I'm putting cards under his deck, which makes his drawing out the game less likely. And it makes my Zombie Apocalypse better because Zombie Apocalypse would only get the guys from his graveyard, not from the bottom of his library. But yeah, you can see a lot of these cool cards. Like I haven't been able to play Strafing Dragon yet, but this part of the fun of Random 30 is seeing things like Burrowing Worm, which never see play. Thomas being in a tough pickle because he's really thinking. All right, so he's playing Juggernaut. Whoo, that's a humdinger. Alrighty, and that gets him back Psionic Assault. It's a lot of damage. He's showing me Memory Spirit and Psionic Assault to draw a card. Memory Spirit's scary. Let's take a look in his graveyard. He's got Chomp and Bitten and Spike Trap. So we're not going to block this guy.
So we'll just play Inner Peace and we'll lose 1 life, gain 1. He's playing Wolf Companion to pump it, to get it into his graveyard. Oh, because he has to discard anyway? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, he would have to discard anyway, so he's getting an extra 2 damage in. We're gonna play this and pass. Our way to win the game is not through life. He's very well entrenched, and we're gonna have to grind a lot. We're gonna just win by deck out. So we're gonna have to just take it nice and easy. But next turn we're gonna play Angel of Light, get back Inner Peace, show Angel of Mercy and Inner Peace, and then throw the Angel in front of whatever trains are coming, and just keep playing the gain 10 life game. It's really hard for Tom to win this game because of how much life I've gained. I want to say I've gained like 50 life. So he's playing Memory Spirit. I imagine he's gonna pull back Wither. Yeah, that card seems great for him. He's gonna Wither the High King at his first opportunity. And then we're going to play Dark Knight to make a good move. But our Angel of Light will block Memory Spirit very well for us too, which is awesome. That's a good block. We might be able to bait the Wither out of him. You know, obviously High King's on board. We'll see what he does. We're trying to get him to expend as much resources as possible before we pull the trigger on Zombie Apocalypse. And we got to get more cards into his library. He keeps drawing more than we do. Most of our cards are gaining us life, not drawing us cards. And we're going to need to use Zombie Apocalypse to reset this board after he starts getting in on it. There's just not a favorable block here, so we're not going to make it. Because Juggernaut's unbreakable on our opponent's turn. We'll just take 9. Now, if he attacks with the Jungle Queen, we're going to block with Strafing Dragon. Oh. Okay, so we're definitely going to throw Dark Knight out to try to block this. That's why we held it. Go, Dark Knight, go! So Tom should send Jungle Queen in now, and I'll block with Strafing Dragon. Then he should send in Memory Spirit, and I'll play Angel. Oh, he's sending them both in together. That's a very interesting situation. They don't have Breakthrough. We saw Rage from Gabriel. It wasn't from Tom. Tom pulled back Wither. So, yeah, we need to play around. So if he Withers the Strafing Dragon, it would kill nothing. So what we're going to do is play Angel of Light. We're going to do Recall first. Then gain 5 health. And then we'll show him 2 cards that he knows about. And then we're going to double block, and then he's going to kill one of our guys. Probably Strafing Dragon, because if he puts Angel in the graveyard, we're going to get it back with the other Angel. We have exactly 11, so we would actually kill both of his guys if he doesn't Wither. So if that happens, we trade 1 guy for 2 guys, and then he'll get our High King. And if he does Wither, then we keep our High King, which is probably better for us anyway.
So this is a great response based on how his creature's power toughness lines up, because we have 12 defense and he only has 10 attack. So I'd rather him wither here and lose one guy. Like, he'll lose Memory Spirit and if he withers, but we'll keep High King. The other way, he loses both guys and we keep one. We probably keep Strafing Dragon or Angel. It depends if he's afraid of our Angel coming back with our other Angel. Because gaining, if this happens, we're gonna be gaining at least 15 life, 5 when this comes back, and then 10 from Inner Peace. The recall on Inner Peace has just been clutch for us. You know, we're at 37. I want to say we've cast Inner Peace at least 4 times, if not 5, this game, and so we would have definitely lost without it. I was able to make a lot of aggressive plays because of it, like Rain of Firing, and playing with, like, not drawing cards earlier. Inner Peace has just given us a lot of value. That said, you can see it in our hand sizes. Tom has a 8-card hand. I have a 3-card hand. So now Tom's assigning damage. If I was Tom, I would kill Strafing Dragon and leave Angel of Light in play. We don't want Angel of Light in the graveyard if we're Tom. Yeah. They should both die. Perfect. And then Tom's going to have to wither the High King. Nothing else makes any sense for him at this point. If he was going to wither the Angel, he would have done it in combat so that one of his guys lived. Necromancer Lord. Oh, no, that card's amazing. All right, so we're probably... Wait, why is he... Oh, he's showing me Wither from his hand to get loyalty. That card's brutal. Oh, man. And then there goes High King for sure. Oh, man. Oh, wow. That's interesting. He killed the Angel. Is he going to rebuy the Angel? I'm so confused. He gets Memory Spirit, gets back the Wither. No, I understand what's happening. He's going to get back the Wither, and then he's going to Wither the High King before I untap. That's fine. That's a great series of plays from Tom. High quality. We're going to attack with our Dark Knight, and then we're going to have to Zombie Apocalypse on our turn. That way the Dark Knight still lives. Wow, Necrolord off the top. Whew. Oh, man. What's in our graveyard? Rally the People. That's not what we want to bring back at all. Man. So Necrolord's amazing here. The problem is that Tom also has one, and there's no way for us to get value right now. So first thing we're going to do is attack with Dark Knight and see what Tom has to say about it. I really wish we could get value from our Necrolord, but this Juggernaut's going to kill us in too quick a time. And Tom is now deeper on his deck than we are, and we just can't afford to do anything other than start playing the game a little differently. We're going to have to do this on our turn. I would have rather to have done that on Tom's turn, but Juggernaut would have been unbreakable, so this way we keep our Dark Knight. He played Psionic Assault. So Necrolord's too slow, and Inner Peace will come back with the Angel, so it's pretty straightforward. I would have loved to have used Necrolord, but it doesn't seem like it was going to happen today. It's pretty interesting that there's such a long delay from everything. I don't have control over my stuff. There we go. Alright. Tom is attacking. We're going to block with the zombie. I really wish he would just send them all in. Like, he's playing around Spike Trap because he saw me get blown out by it before. But we could have a gentleman's agreement to just trade all of our zombies off here. I really wish he would just send in all 4 at once. But this is the correct way to attack for anyone who's curious about Epic, the way to play the game. Like, I think he knows I'm going to block each step. But he's playing around me having, like, exactly Spike Trap in my hand and being able to get all of his guys, draw a card, and something like. I get what he's doing. It's just, like I said, in real life, this happens so much faster. But we have to click through everything on the app. It's kind of like the same kind of thing for Moto, if you've played Moto before, where sometimes going through an iteration or a loop in a game takes longer when you're doing it electronically than when you're doing it in real life. But soon we're going to come through all of this, and we're going to be done. Okay, we block.
As long as Tom's gold is up, which it is, we're not going to play this angel. Like, we have board control. There's no reason for us. Saving a 2/2 zombie is not worth the risk of losing the angel to whatever Tom's gold play is going to be. Remember, he knows what the card in our hand is. Okay, so he's played Murderous Necromancer. That's his gold. He's going to reveal for loyalty. It's Inner Demon, which is going to make a demon out of whatever he kills. And the Gatekeeper, which he showed us earlier. That's going to make him 3 zombies. And then he played the Cave Troll. We get back the inner piece. Go to our turn. Draw something good and make something great. So we know 2 of the cards in his hand. They are Infernal Gatekeeper. Alright, there's the White Dragon, which is not going to trigger the recycle. But so now he has 2 out of 3 cards we know. We know Infernal Gatekeeper, and we remember that he showed us, what was the other one? It doesn't show the what was revealed for loyalty. Oh, there, huh? Oh, there it is. Inner Demon and Infernal Gatekeeper. There we go. Wait, why is he recycling? Oh, because he played Keeper of Secrets. Okay. So his other cards are Inner Demon and Infernal Gatekeeper. So we're probably going to end up with a 4/4 Demon instead of an Angel pretty quickly on our turn. I can't imagine that he lets us get too much hay out of Angel of Mercy. Keep in mind, he just recycled, but he put a card on the bottom of our... Oh, he probably put the Angel there. I didn't see... the game didn't let me see. Oh, we're definitely not going to select nothing. We will select Angel of Light. We'll just gain 5 health. We're going to choose Bitten. We're going to get rid of Murderous Necromancer. That card's pretty close to unbeatable for us. And then he's got no good blocks for a Dark Knight attack, so we're going to send that in. So unfortunately for us, Keeper of Secrets is going to really stop our winning the game via deck out strategy. Okay, so he must have drawn a wild green card. I'm so very confused as to what's happening. He drew 2 cards, and he blocked. Okay. So we're going to send in the zombies now, because if he blocks with White Dragon, then we get in with Angel of Mercy. And if he blocks with the zombies, we just trade zombies, and that's good for us. But yeah, so this is basically how a game of Sealed could play out. Most of the cards that we've played, I think both of us have played before. Rely the People wouldn't be in my deck, and I don't think it would be in Tom's. Other than that, I've played every card. Time Walker is probably the next weakest card in my deck. From Tom, he wouldn't play Wolf's Companion. And that's about it. Priestess Evangeline's also situational, but it is a 0 recycle, so we've played it before. I'm not really sure what Tom's thinking about right now with this block. I'm glad you guys are enjoying the stream. I'm not sure what Tom's thinking about with this block. He might have some kind of trick, but I don't know why he would not have pulled the trigger on it already. We should just be trading demons. He may not be realizing that he has priority, or I could be glitched. Could that be it? No, he's the one who has priority. I'm looking here. So when you have questions like that, you can check the interface. His avatar is the one that's flashing. So we just gotta wait for him to make a play. I like that the avatar picture that it picked for me kind of looks a little bit like me. If I maybe if I had some longer hair. It's been a while since I had a hair that long. When my sons were in the hospital when they were born, Donald passed pretty quick, but TJ was in there for 6 months. I didn't cut my hair until he got home, which was, like I said, 6 months in the hospital. And I had fairly long hair going into it. So it cut down to like around my shoulders. There's a couple of pictures on Facebook of me like that. I look pretty silly. I wonder if Tom has the same. I bet you Tom was looking in his graveyard and he has a bug, and that's why he's not acting right now. Like I said, or he thinks that I have priority. It's one or the other. I'm getting ready to message him. Okay, he said bug. He said he has a bug. So I don't know what we can do with this. I'm gonna click next game and see what that does. This is going back to yeah, me losing the game. Thank you. Okay. Now it says my move, which is interesting. So we're gonna come back in here and see what happens. I'm just letting Tom know that I might have fixed the bug. Nope, it's on his end, not mine. Oh, so Tom is telling me that when he did draw off White Dragon and it was bugged. You have priority and aren't acting. Okay. But so he did recycle off the White Dragon. And so I'm glad that he saw that it was a bug, but I'm kind of disappointed that he clicked yes. He could have clicked no, and that would have been more accurate to represent what should have happened. But so White Dragon was bugged. He did draw a card like I thought. So it's just something that we have to explain to them. Beardliest Gamer, I don't know who you are, but I also hope that it so both me and Tom have left the game and come back, and we're getting glitched. So unfortunately, we may have to end this game, which is really unfortunate. The game was going very well. I was interested to see how it played out, but we're stuck in a spot where neither one of us has priority, and this keeps replaying the game that I lost to Gabriel because of the spike trap when I was trying to rush through attacks. Okay, he says that he's ready to go now. So let's pull up that game again. He's saying that he's got it ready. What does exiting do? Okay. Let's come in here. Exit and leave. Hopefully he'll make a move. I will dark draft with anyone after this game with Tom. We were just trying to get a game going as quick as possible. Here we go. Combat, attacking. Okay, it still has Tom with priority. So all right, Tom's in a restart loop, so he's just gonna keep working it out. He's gonna close the game and get back into it. But he did say, like I said, that White Dragon let him recycle, even though he played Murderous Necromancer. And the reason why that doesn't work is that in order for this tribute effect to happen, you have to have played a good 1 gold card. And if we look in here into his discard pile, Murderous Necromancer is evil, not good. And so he should not have been able to recycle. Again, the fact that he chose to use it, it's pretty, I don't know, it is an alpha, but he could have clicked no. But I guess he wanted to see if it would work, that it would actually do the ability. So that's okay. We still love you, Tom. Yeah, so if you guys want to send a challenge to Simone Oxford, I'll get back to you as soon as I can. I'm perusing in here to see if anyone's talking about some fun stuff on Epic. All right, I need to get Gabe into the fan page. Jonah tagged me. That's pretty cool. Jonah streamed earlier tonight, and so did Hampus. So we're definitely having a bunch of great streamers get up and going. Tom's saying he's bugged out, so I'm gonna exit out of this game. So I guess the first person to send me a challenge, Smote Noxhead, I will accept.
Meanwhile, we can look at the deck builder while someone's getting ready. I will add a new deck. Ah, sweet. Look at this interface. I think the cards are a little big here. Like, or, I think that this interface is a little unintuitive. Like, it would be cooler on a tablet to be able to swipe these things over and, like, really see it happen. But, for a computer, I wish that these were smaller and I could see more cards, because having to scroll through all this stuff is pretty intimidating. Not that I can't do it. I do like they have a filter here for champions and events. Or no, sorry, this is gold cards versus not gold cards. Champions, gold. Okay. They should have a filter for events as well. Like, it's either champions or champions and events, which is kind of weird. Like, I don't mind that we can filter up for gold and everything, but we can't filter for zeros. It's the same thing. So that's all I really wish, is that they would change this for us. That said, we all know my love is in Sage, so we're gonna start our first deck and put some Amnesias in, get some Ancient Chants. Scroll down, see what else we like. We'll throw some Erases in, because this is core set. Throw some Force Mage Apprentices in. I love Force Mage Apprentice in a lot of decks. Juggernaut's very aggressive card. Keeper of Secrets, I've told everybody, is probably the most underrated card in Core Zero. Memory Spirit, we only play 2 copies of Memory Spirit because we want to make sure we're playing it when we have legal targets. Use is awesome. We're going to play all 3 of her. So the third Memory Spirit is going to be the first Psionic Assault. Play 3 Sea Titans. Throw in some Spike Traps. Thought Plucker, we love that guy. He's our hero. We'll play some Time Benders. And we'll play some Winter Fairies. We have 39, and let's hope we can't have 13, so we'll probably have to cut something. Interesting. So we can't filter out our deck either. That's pretty weird. All right, so let's count our zeros. Amnesia is a 0, so that's 3, 6, 9, 12, 15. So actually, we either have to cut a 0 or put in more ones. Let's start with putting in more ones for now. We'll play a copy of Standalone. We'll play a copy of Lying in Wait. We could play some Ice Strikes. They're off-turn plays. They're pretty solid. And we need one more, 1 gold card. Let's go with a Blue Dragon. All right, so we have 15 more. We're going to need to get, where is it? Drain Essence in our deck. So that's 1, 2, 3. We need to play, we'll play a Sweeper. We'll play, actually we should play Zombie Apocalypse, which they're in alphabetical order. So if you didn't notice that already, that's a pretty cool thing. And then we need a 0. The best 0 from Evil is Wither. So we have the gold filter on, so we should turn that off. And there's Wither. So we played 4. So we need 2 copies there. There's nothing amazing and good for us, so we're just going to grab some wild cards. So we can get 6 ones and 3 zeros. The zeros we're going to do fireballs. 1, 2, 3. And then our gold cards are going to be Kong and Hurricane. 1, 2, 3, and then Hurricane's higher. 1, 2, 3. Save. Interesting. Okay, so now we save the deck. Let's go back to the deck builder. Deck number 1. Can I rename this? Alright, well, I dislike that. I wish we could rename our decks. That's something that they're going to have to add eventually. But this is a legal deck. It is similar to one of the control decks that I posted if you watched the earlier streams. I kind of did it off the top of my head, as you saw. But we can make some changes too to the deck. Nothing in here is really, perfect. We could probably, cut a couple cards here, add a couple cards there. Like Force Mage Apprentices, maybe they could come down. cut some of the one-ofs in Sage, maybe play some more other cards. We can get like Palace Guard out of good, get some Brave Squire action going on, maybe Ceasefires. It all depends what we want, but we're not going to mess with it. We have a deck. Let's see if anyone challenged us to a game. All right. We have a match here from Kinger. We'll play a Dark Draft with Kinger. Okay, Kinger, you need to update your app if you didn't already. It's saying here that we can't play because we don't have the same app. I have the same problem with my my buddy Trunker, my buddy Trunks over here. Let's see if me and Tom can do a Dark Draft. Okay. So we're gonna take Thought Plucker because that's our boy. Looking at this pack, we are going to expect that Tom takes Lord of the Arena and Lying in Wait. These are the cards I expect Tom to take. Oh, this is nice. So in real life, when you do this, you can't. Thanks on congratulating me for the stream. Yeah, so in order to do it, you go to Steam, and if you restart the game, it should do it for you. And if that doesn't work, you can click the update button in actual Steam. It should do it for you. To get back to where I was going, though, drafted cards, you only get one. You only get 2 review periods, which is after Pack 3 and after Pack 7, and so you only get to see this when you're 9 cards deep and then 21 cards deep into your deck. Being able to always reference this makes your picks a lot better, but you have to. I wouldn't crutch on this ability because when you get to competitive play in real life, you won't be able to use it, and you'll never be able to look at your past cards, which is super important as well. Like the fact that they have this is great. Like if you notice when I was looking at it, my username is Samote Noxid. If you look here on my stream, on the top in the middle between Pluck You and the Epic Card Game Digital, that's my username. I purposefully put it there so if anyone ever wanted to know, they could message me or challenge me or anything like that. But you can see here, we can reference to see what they are. As I was saying earlier, I know Tom tends to pick Sage, so he's going to take Lying in Wait, and then he's also likely to take Lord of the Arena over the other 2 cards, mostly because Thunderous is really slow, and Murderous Necromancer requires loyalty to be good, and he hates going evil. He could take Thunderous because it's big and strong, but Lord of the Arena is much more aggressive and it's a better punish, and I know Tom likes Lord of the Arena, so I expect him to take these 2 cards. But it looks like he's not ready yet, or he's not in the Dark Draft. But that's pretty cool that it also waits for you, so you can actually just fire off a bunch of Dark Drafts. And what I really, really like about it is that it, sorry, let's go, can we go back to that? On hold because Tom's waiting? Yeah, perfect. So, we can do this asynchronously, and it's not going to hurt us, but we can always check these past cards and drafted cards to make our decision. I took Thought Plucker because it's my favorite card, and of these, it's an off-turn play that's really solid. If I wasn't to take Thought Plucker, I would probably have taken Lying in Wait, which just isn't as good in my opinion. And if I didn't take Lying in Wait, Tom Sorensen would definitely just snap off Lying in Wait, Thought Plucker, and have a really strong Sage start. Okay, Jowser sent me a challenge. We should be able to do this. Challenge accepted. Great. Jowser, if you don't mind, I'd rather you not. Wait, why isn't it letting me do it? Accept. Oh, challenge not found now? That's weird. Alright. We don't match versions. And this is the game between me and Tom where he's stuck with priority and we can't get it working. Yep. And we're just glitched into this spot. And like I said, this is just part of being in an alpha. I'm going to try next game, and maybe that'll throw me into one of these drafts that I set up. So this next game feature is going to be really cool for our, when you're not on a computer, when you're on an app. So that way you don't have to like manually click in and out and find the next thing. Okay, well that's unfortunate. Next game brought me right back to this spot. Let's try it one more time. And if it doesn't work here, we're going to have to back out. Nathan says, welcome to alpha. And yeah, it's part of what happens when you're playing an alpha of a game. You know, we're trying to exploit all these bugs, and by exploit, really, I mean expose. So here we go. I'm just going to exit the game now. We're trying to expose all these bugs so we can clean them up for the beta and then eventually for their release. So I got a couple of challenges. We have another one here from Kinger. Let's see if we're good. Challenge accepted. All right, Kinger. Let's go. We're going to the dark draft with Jowser. Apparently, we're going to just fire off a bunch of dark drafts. All right. So we're looking at this pack. No matter what we do, we're going to send our opponent 2 wild cards. They're probably going to take them. In limited, Pyromancer is one of my favorite cards because it has a repeatable effect. I'm going to pick Pyromancer here. I expect my opponent to pick Worm Hatchling and Rampaging Worm, as good and evil are both really weak in Dark Draft. So there we go. Now we're going to get the new packs. Ooh, that's a humdinger. So this is a big mistake here. I don't care what Jowser took, but Amnesia is the best card in Core Draft 0. It is by far #1 pick. I would take Amnesia over Thought Plucker, over Sea Titan, over anything else. As we were talking earlier, getting to 0 cards is one of the most common ways to win, and Amnesia single-handedly counters it. So I definitely believe Amnesia passing it was a mistake. And then of these other cards, Djinn of the Sands is one of my favorites. Tom Sorensen got me on it. It also keeps me heavy in Sage, which I like. And so now we have Amnesia, Djinn of the Sands, and we have the Pyromancer that we took. Okay. So it looks like Jowser's still thinking about his picks on that one. Let's step back. We have it's my move with Kinger. Let's see what we got. All right. This is interesting. So normally I saw a Juggernaut and was like, we would just snap off Juggernaut here. The problem is that means we have to pass a T-Rex with a Pack Alpha, which I like both of those cards. I'm going to take the T-Rex here, and that's because I don't want my opponent to. But if it wasn't, if there wasn't another wild card in this pack, forcing him into wild would be kind of suspect. And like either way, he's going to get it, one of these 2 cards, and I think T-Rex is better to commit too early. But Sage and Wild are the colors you're going to want to look for. So we're going to take T-Rex, but I'm not really thrilled about the way that this pack goes because my opponent gets 2 solid cards. My hope is that he takes Juggernaut and Drinker instead of Pack Alpha, and he starts going towards evil, but I can't force that into him. Let's see what 4 he sends me back. Okay, so we took T-Rex. That makes us want to consider Wolf's Call, but Wolf's Call is really bad. Ceasefire is a draw 2 that prevents us from dying, so we're going to take that. And Banishment is a removal spell with upside, so we're going to take that. Angel has loyalty too, and we don't want to go into evil. Evil's really, really hard to justify. And Angel is one of the cards that makes us want to justify it, but we have no support for it yet, and we don't know if it's coming. We just sent our opponent 2 evil cards, so we're really far away from it, and it's possible they might pick evil cards and then cut us. So we're gonna not pick it. Okay, let's try this next button again, and hopefully it won't send us into the game with Tom. If it does, then we'll just exit out, and then I'll send them a message about the game and see if they can close it for me. My ideal scenario is that it would bounce us in between the dark drafts. Yeah, it's back to the game with Tom. Okay, so we have to stop using that. Both of these say that it's my move, so we'll hop back in. Okay, so this is the draft where we have Raging T-Rex, Ceasefire, and Banishment. We're getting punished for not going evil as we have the 2 best evil cards. Like, this is the best blanket evil card, and then this is one of the best evil cards to be rewarded for playing. That said, we're going to take Drain Essence here. Flashfire is a solid pick. I hate passing it, but Drain Essence is just super strong and limited. I just need to take it. But we're not happy about how this is going out. And here's more evil cards. So we're going to take Apocalypse because it's a draw 2, and we're going to take Chomp because it's removal and start setting us up. But Winter Fairy is really good. I wish I could take it, but we need to start making this T-Rex pay off. And a removal spell is never bad for us. We're going to back out, get into the Dark Draft with Drowser. Okay, so here we go. We've got Djinn, Amnesia, and Pyromancer. We're pretty happy with this. We're going to definitely take Erase. It's great and limited. So the question is, do we want Wave or do we want Plague? And again, I'm just going to take Wave. Oh, we only get 1 here. We take Erase, sorry. We just take Erase. Erase is just too good to pass, to not keep. Secret Legion's a draw 2 with a bunch of blockers on it. We could go for a token sub-theme, but our opponent passed us these cards, and so he's likely going to play around that. and I also don't like tokens in limited, so I definitely don't want to do that. I'm actually going to grab Banishment instead. Hasty Retreat would be a solid pick. It's a 0 that does something, but it also gives our opponent a card. I think I'd rather actually take Hasty Retreat. I'm looking at our... We only have Amnesia as a 0. We want to keep that in mind. So I definitely think Secret Legion is the right card because it's a draw 2 that could also make a bunch of blockers. But I think Hasty Retreat, as being a 0 that's also a draw 2, has more upside than Banishment. And in either case, where we're banishing an attacking creature, the opponent would be able to draw cards, so we're going to submit there. It looks like Jowser made his pick, and once again, we get rewarded by my favorite card, so we're going to jam Thoughtplucker. While he's thinking, we're going to move over to the draft with Kinger. Okay, in this one we have some evil, or some evil, some good, and some sage. We want to get deeper into wild rather, because wild has our T-Rex. This is the best punish in Core Zero, so we're going to take it. But we saw the power of Inner Peace earlier with my game with Tom, and Blue Dragon's a very good card in this format. We just don't have enough cards to support it. We're going to grab Fireball here, and we're going to grab Guilt Demon. Getting quality zeros is very important, and getting off-turn plays are great. This is also graveyard control. We don't have Amnesia yet, so Guilt Demon's a way to keep our opponent from getting to that critical point of drawing their last cards from their library. While our opponent's thinking, hopefully our other opponent is done. Yep. Hop in here and check out what Jowser sent us. So in here, see how nice this is that we can just keep constantly checking. We're really deep into Sage, and we have a little bit of Wild and a little bit of Good. So here we're just looking to pick the best cards. So here we have an Impact 0. It's got Airborne and Recycle, so we're going to grab this. And then Mighty Blow has a Draw 2 ability and extra stuff. We have plenty... we have 2 champions of note. I don't think we need Jungle Queen, and we're not going to be expecting a lot of wild cards, so we're going to grab Mighty Blow here. Okay, wow, this pack is sweet. This pack is sweet. So we have to pass one of the best. So like, these are the kind of packs that I hate in Dark Draft, where every single card in this pack is high end, and if our opponent sends us back a weak pack, this is how you lose Dark Drafts. Like we have to pick the best card here, which is Kong in Dark Draft. It establishes for you and kills something. But like our opponent can just fire off Drain Essence Rage and get super far ahead, or he can go Rage Raptors and like super set up Wild. If he's got good already, he can go Angel and Drain. Like he's got so many options, and if we get weak cards back, it's just so demoralizing. If that happens to you like 3 or 4 times in the same sequence, you just get beat. All right, here we go. So this is the one where we have T-Rex. Normally, I would say we just slam Palace Guard, but we're going to take Triceratops to try to pay off for our T-Rex early. And we're getting punished seeing a whole bunch of good evil cards. We're going to grab Rain of Fire. We have no Sage cards, so we can't pay off this. And the People's Champion, we're not really going to pay off, so we're going to grab Lying in Wait because it has the most upside on its own. And let's see if Jowser's ready for us. Okay, we're going to grab Surprise Attack. So we're pretty much Sage Wild here. We're going to just fire it off. Both of these zeros are actually really good, but this 0 is better. It's got more upside, and Surprise Attack, we just took Kong. Surprise Attack into Kong is amazing. We have a lot of really powerful cards. I really enjoy the way that this draft is shaping up for us. Okay, we only get one of these. So Psionic Assault is a card we could take. We're really deep into Sage already. Part of me says Watchful Gargoyle is the right play. We want to have off-turn zeros. But Psionic Assault's going to reward us the most. And we have Thoughtplucker. So there's a world where we could demoralize or demolish our opponent's hand fast and early. But if you took Watchful Gargoyle here, I wouldn't say you're wrong. But those are the 2 cards I would consider. We don't have enough good cards in our deck to consider Lord of the Arena. Although Lord of the Arena and Faithful Pegasus is a sweet combo, it's not worth drafting for, in my opinion. It's one of these 2 cards. Watchful Gargoyle is better all the time, but Psionic Assault has more upside and plays with the other cards in our deck better. So I'm going to grab that and see what Kinger has for me. We keep getting rewarded with Kongs. And so I believe this was the draft. We definitely want the Kong. But if we had taken the evil cards in this draft, we would have gotten everything. We would have got Dark Assassin, Necro Lord, Drain Essence, Angel of Death. We would have had a really strong evil deck. We know our opponent passed us most of or burned most of them, or rather burned Angel, but he might have a really good evil deck. But then here comes Medusa. So now we know our opponent is also not picking evil because Medusa went. So we can kind of figure out what cards he has. He's probably Sage Wild pretty heavily. And so now we have to figure out what we want to do with that information. We're going to grab these two cards. Airborne Ambush, Airborne Recycle Blitz, and most importantly, neither of these cards has loyalty. They both are fairly reasonable, but we're not super ecstatic about it. All right, a bunch of good cards again. We'll just grab a race here and send it back, and then we'll go check to our other draft. What do we got? Oh, we got Palace Guard and Winter Fairy. Ooh, but there's Keeper of Secrets. So I like having removal, and we have some, but not enough. I definitely want to play Palace Guard in this deck. I really like Winter Fairy, but I'm also concerned about our zero count. We only have 1, 2, 3 zeros. We have a recall. We have no loyalty cards. We have a race for removal. We have Kong for removal. Mighty Blow is pseudo removal. I'm gonna say Winter Fairy Keeper here, but if you took Palace Guard Keeper, that'd be fine. But I definitely am not sure if it's Winter Fairy or Palace Guard. I'm gonna take Keeper and Winter Fairy, but Palace Guard is a really good card too. No, it's removal with no loyalty condition. So we could play Time Walker, but it's fairly weak. We have a pretty good wild contingent in our deck, so Strafing Dragon is very draftable. That said, draw twos that are also wraths are really, really powerful. I think though that we have enough of the makings of the Sage Wild aggro deck that I want to take Strafing Dragon. But if you took Apocalypse there again, you wouldn't necessarily be wrong. That's just me playing an aggressive deck style. Oh man, Zombie Apocalypse comes in, but this is the draft with the T-Rex, so we're just gonna pay off our Sage, our Wild here. Zombie Apocalypse is solid, but we're gonna let that go away. Here we go, Flame Strike. We love that with our Wild deck. This deck's also very aggressive. Jin of Sands would have been a great pick there too, but now we're suddenly all those wild cards are starting to come together. If we could see Worm Hatchling, did we pass a Worm Hatchling? I think Worm Hatchling's still live in this draft. So if we could, oh no, it died. It was in the pack. I'm so busy looking at the card I took. So Flame Strike was definitely correct to take, but Worm Hatchling would have been swell for us. So we're gonna grab Mighty Blow to pay off further, and then Soul Hunter's really slow. We don't really want it. Faint is a draw two, but we want zeros, so we're gonna grab this. It recycles for us. Card's fine. Let's get into this match with Kinger. Okay, drafted cards. We want. All right, we're gonna grab Strafing Dragon. Card seems great for us. Hurricane would have been good too, but we're very aggressive in that deck. Really, in both of our decks, our opponents are sending us signals to go aggressive. We get 2 picks out of here. I definitely want the aggressive Vampire Lord. And I'm gonna take Zombie Apocalypse. Avenging Angel could be right, but I just want to make sure we have off-turn draws in place. So I like those cards there. Wow, this is a really good pack. So we have Thought Plucker and Kong, 2 cards that are great with Final Task. Pyromancer's good with Final Task. Strafing Dragon's good. Winter Fairy's great with Final Task. So I'm gonna grab Final Task here, but like every card in this pack is solid. Again, we're very happy with all of the cards in that pack. Now let's take a look with Kinger. What do we got? All right, so this pack sucks. We're not happy with any of these cards. We are mostly wild with a smattering of other colors. Angel of Mercy is going to be really weak. We're going to grab Courageous Soul and turn.
Like, I don't think we have anything for Angel of Mercy to get back besides the Protector. So this pack sucked for us. And what did we send our opponent? We sent him Hurricane and Spike Trap, or like, see what I mean? This is what I'm talking about. When the insane packs like that happen, it just feels so demoralizing. Oh man, Lightning Storm. Whew. We're gonna snap that off. That's the best card in limited. Like, Amnesia's the best card at not losing. Lightning Storm is the best way to win. So we were just very happy to get Lightning Storm there. We'll snap it off. Okay, in this deck we're mostly Sage Wild. We're gonna take this 0, and then Divine Judgment. There's no case where we could say Resurrection's right. Like, if he kills one of our big guys, we can resurrect it, but this card's the one that can come from behind for us, and it can always draw 2 cards, which Resurrection can as well, but it's much less situational. So we're going to grab this. And then, well, okay, Jazzer made his pick, so now we have to. So in this draft, we can actually take the Time Bender. We have a solid amount of Sage cards, so we're going to do that. Sea Hydra is actually very playable. A lot of people don't give it credit, but I'd rather have Time Bender. We can do things like bounce our own Thought Pluckers or Kongs and make a lot of value that way. While Jazzer's thinking, we'll check in with Kinger. Oh, that's pretty awful for us. Okay, so we're going to take this one. We're going to take, do we have evil ones? We have 2 evil ones in our deck. Ugh. Oh, it's so brutal. Both of these. So White Dragon's fine. Like, maybe we get the gold out of it. We have, what, three cards that trigger it. We'll take Rye the People. Oh man, the White Dragon's fine, but the other 3 are all pretty awful for us. If we were in evil, that Sage, we'll grab the surprise deck. Snap it up. Alright, we're in here with Jowser. I think we're going to go Spike Trap Cave Troll. Yep, we got to get some zeros in our deck. Always love to get good zeros. Oh, baby, Sea Titan, come to daddy. But now look, we're passing solid cards here. Like Transformed, Hurricane, Lying in Wait, all good cards. But Sea Titan's one of the best. Our deck really came together. This is another one. We have Surprise Attack, Kong, Sea Titan, Erase, Thought Plucker. Like, there's a couple of cards I would change, but this is pretty close to, like, if I had to pick 30 cards out of the 120, it's pretty close to what I would pick. It looks like... Alright, is there a game on hold now? Okay, so it's all their moves. King Kinger says he has a lovely pile. It's his first time ever doing Dark Draft, which explains a little bit about what got passed to me in our draft. He says crush him with style, and I'm going to try. So let's take a look at what we have in our deck. This is the T-Rex deck. So we're going to grab... let's check out our 0 count. It's important to make sure we have good zeros. So we have Guilt Demon, Faithful Pegasus, Fire Shaman, and Fireball. We have Courageous Soul, Ogre Merc, White Dragon. So we have 6 creatures and 2 events. I'm going to say we grab Corpse Taker and Word of Summoning. But again, if you took Divine Judgment here over Word of Summoning, you wouldn't necessarily be wrong. But I think it's very important to always have zeros in your deck. And to be able to make sure you can play things. So now we're going to play our game. The one thing I do wish is that it kept track of those cards for us, but it's okay that it doesn't. We have, immediately right off the bat, we have some sweet synergy with our White Dragon banishment situation. So that's awesome. Looks like Kinger's going to be going first, which is, oh no, it's our turn, which is interesting, and he's resolving an effect. I'm not sure what that is, because I can't mulligan. So that's weird. Oh, they're making the second play. So one of the cool things about the app, I don't know if you guys know this, or about Epic in general, is they changed the way mulligans resolve. In the past, the player who went first always resolved their mulligan first, but they've decided to switch it. Oh, we're gonna grab Blue Dragon and Fire Shaman here. We're just Sage Wild. Those cards fit. So the player who goes second now resolves their mulligan first. Yeah, we're Sage Wild. We just grabbed this T-Rex. It's almost like we have the same deck. It's pretty crazy. So the player who goes second has to resolve their mulligan first. So Kinger mulled 2. We're gonna mull the Chomp, and I think we're gonna mull the Word of Summoning. I just want to have more cards in our hand, and our first recycle is probably going to be for this White Dragon. That's perfect. All right, so it's our turn in the main phase. We have great reactive cards, so we're gonna pass and see what our opponent does. Playing with your gold is very important, managing the way it gets spent. Meanwhile, I want to hop in onto my draft. Okay, it's on hold. We're waiting for Jowser to make his pick, which is fine, which means we can get into this game again and see what happens. So I passed. Here it goes. Priorities on Kinger. Okay, so Kinger chose not to do anything and just draw a card. That's fine with us. Our hand's very reactive, and there's a chance that we can draw a card off, get another wild card to make our Strafing Dragon better. Our Drain Essence matches up great with the Gold Dragon. Okay, we drew Angelic Protector. That's a great off-turn play. I'm pretty comfortable now in exposing the Sea Hydra. I don't really want to wait too long, and I want to get a creature on board for him so we can banish it. So let's get Sea Hydra out there. There we go. Ceasefire is a great draw for us. That sets up a draw 2 into a recycle for banish. It's perfect. While Kinger's taking his turn. Ooh, there's the Plucker. Ooh-wee, that's a goodie. All right, so with Plucker coming at us, that changes a couple of things. We're going to get rid of Angelic Protector. That's just the weakest card in our hand. I thought we got Thought Plucker in this draft. I thought we got Plucker in both drafts. That's pretty interesting. We played Hydra. So even though it would let me recycle with the White Dragon, I'm not going to use that glitch to my advantage. Unfortunately for us, we're going to have to... I'm going to Ceasefire him because I don't really care about discarding cards, and I want to use Banishment on my turn. And we'll discard Mighty Blow because that's the... Actually... So now we have the Strafing Dragon situation for us. So we have Strafing Dragon online, and we have Rain of Fire, both of which answer Thought Plucker really well. I think we can just... I think I might discard the White Dragon here. Yeah. No, I'm going to get rid of Mighty Blow. It's the weakest card in the vacuum, and if we banish Thought Plucker, we're ahead. Let's get back to the draft with Jowser. He's probably waiting for us. Okay. Ooh, we're going to get Ancient Chant for sure. And we're going to grab Inheritance. Submit. And open game. We don't want Final Task or Mighty Blow. Actually, we need Mighty Blow because of that. And we can... Yeah, okay. Done. We'd like to draw another wild card to set up our Strafing Dragon. While that's setting up, let's get to our other game with Kinger. Okay, the Plucker hit. We discarded Mighty Blow. They drew. Played Blue Dragon. Drew. Did 2 damage to us. Okay, Kinger passed. We drew Rally the People. We're going to play Banishment. Banishment's going to hit Thought Plucker. Since it's our turn, we're going to draw a card. We got turn. Turn's great. We're going to attack with our Sea Hydra. Transform. Alright. That's going to make our Strafing Dragon look better later. And he's going to get banished, and we're going to get a wolf. Alrighty. We're going to get right out of it. Combat now, I would imagine.
Why did I take 2 damage? I'm assuming he's trying to block. He blocked with his wolf. That's pretty weird. Oh no, he did 2 damage with the blue dragon's ability, the ally ability. Oh, that's pretty sweet. All right, so we get to get 2 cards out of our deck, or back into our deck rather. We don't have the card that gets things for us, so let's put those in the bottom. So Drain Essence is going to be the first card that we draw when we get through our deck. And we're going to draw off the Recycle. We hit Ogre Merc, which also has Recycle. And then we're going to want Banishment, then Mighty Blow. Okay, so we could play Pegasus right now, but there's no reason to because we only have 1 card in our graveyard. We'd only recycle 1. Yeah, I think it's better for us to wait here. We're probably going to... I really want to use a Strafing Dragon to kill this blue dragon. Yeah, let's get rid of this. Make a human. Make a Faithful Pegasus. Recycle. We have a lot of wild cards in our deck, so we should get paid off on a draw here. There we go. We got it. Alrighty, let's get over to our other game with Jowser. Okay, mulliganing happened. Looks like Jowser's on the play. Played a Dark Leader. So that's pretty interesting. Dark Leader has Ambush, so to play it on his turn is really interesting to me. That said, I'd like to just draw 2 cards. None of those cards are really exciting. Those cards are exciting, though. Now we'll go to my turn. Okay, that's fine. Dark Knight's not a problem. It's going to get eaten by the blue dragon, but we'll just have to take 5 damage first. We've already gotten our opponent's hand size down to 3, which is good. We're going to definitely go with blue dragon. Deal 2 damage to the knight. And then we'll draw a card. We draw Fireball, which is solid. And then we'll pass through our opponent. Fireball turns on our Strafing Dragon, so we'll be able to hit his Dark Leader with the Strafing Dragon. While that's going on, we'll slip out here, see if Kinger's made a move yet. No, he hasn't, and that's fine. But we can just hop in here and see what's going on. Sometimes maybe the interface might not be a... Yeah, I figured it out, Nathan. That was the ally ability from Blue Dragon. So Djinn of Sands came down and somehow killed my... Oh, the ally trigger killed my Faithful Pegasus. That's fine. And now Kinger's thinking of what to do with the Djinn of the Sands. Like I said, my play is going to be Strafing Dragon, show Rain of Fire, Trike, Strafe Dragon, kill Blue Dragon as soon as I get priority. But I have to wait until... okay, this is good. So, actually, I don't have to make this play. I can make a better play. We're going to go pass. I'm going to put White Dragon up to block. So, we'll let this happen. And we're gonna blow him out pretty hard with Rain of Fire here. So he's got 3 life left on his Djinn of the Sands. So we can hit him for 5, the dragon for 4. So we're actually gonna be able to kill his whole board here, which is really good for us. I'm not sure why he played Keeper of Secrets after he played the Djinn. He missed a recycle, which is good for us. It's a free card. And we're going to be able to blow him out with the Rain of Fire play. So 3, 4, 5, apply. And we got Trike to do some
heavy lifting here. So we'll see how this turn plays out for us. But we got pretty aggressive there, and that was that's a pretty good draw. All right, so let's start with Ogre Merc attack. Our hope here is that he ambushes a champion in, and we can take it with turn. And then we'll have Strafing Dragon to set up everything else. If not, we have Lightning Storm to punish everything. We're really far ahead in this game. I'm gonna be very surprised if we lose. Okay, send in the human token, same deal. So here's a classic situation where a lot of Epic players might make a mistake. We're really far ahead on board. We have hand control. There's no reason for us to play anything. We're just going to end our turn and give Kinger a chance to make a mistake. And if he does, we'll punish him. And if he doesn't, we'll just let him go. It's a situation where both of us not using our gold is more than fine. Okay, Plentiful Dead into Demon Breach. Okay, those are good plays. If Jowser makes a mistake and attacks with everything, we can punish with Spike Trap. But we don't have any good lines here, so we're just going to let that continue. Yeah, so Smax is saying that the stuff is all unified, which I think is great. And so he built a deck on his computer, and then it was there on his tablet, which is always a cool thing. So, all right. So this is why Spike Trap is really good, and why attacking in groups is really bad, everybody. Oh, and is his gold down? Yeah, so now we definitely Psionic Assault our opponent. Get his last 2 cards, and that's probably going to be all that was written about this game. We're so far ahead. Yeah, we're going to get Plentiful Dead out, and then discard the other one. So Djinn of the Sands has Blitz and Airborne. It's going to get back Psionic Assault for us. I like attacking with it, especially while there's no chance for interaction. Recall on Demon Breach was pretty tough, but we're going to be able to Strafing Dragon and then Mighty Blow for lethal, so we're pretty happy with how this is playing out. So we have lethal on board. We have Faithful Pegasus, Mighty Blow combo to kill him, even if that doesn't work. Taking 2 here doesn't matter, that's fine. But we have 14 here to kill him, plus 14 on board, so we're pretty well ahead. We know that one of the 2 cards in his hand is
Demon Breach. So I have to imagine that's what he plays here. Yeah. Gets to all 3 demons, passes to us, and then tries to see if we make a mistake, but we won't. Josiah, that's relevant. A lot of things are different. If their gold is down, I almost always attack. If they have no cards in hand, I always attack. It really depends on the situation. But Smacks, as far as attacking in groups goes, it's good to play around cards like Ceasefire, but it's bad to play around or play into cards like Spike Trap or Hands from Below, which we'll get later in the set. It's all situational. But I think here we're pretty advantaged. Like I said, we know one of the 2 cards is Plentiful Dead. We don't know the other, but we probably don't care. It's lying in wait. That's fine. So we know we've won the game now. It really depends how flashy we want to be. I'm just going to be polite and Mighty Blow. I really hope they let us change backgrounds eventually. Again, this is just an alpha, so it's going to take some time for everything to come together. But there we go. We won. So now we can really focus on our game with Kinger. Sorry, Kinger, if I lost you for a little bit. Alright, so Hasty Retreat was... It's our turn. So wait, what happened? It's our turn main phase. Oh, he drew with Hasty Retreat. Okay. Okay, so in that case, it's time for us to pressure his life total. We will play Strafing Dragon, revealing these 2 cards. Triceratops, Lightning Storm. Attack him with 5 from the damage to 18. And then 6 to 12. Now, if you notice, 12 is exactly 2 Lightning Storms, which is really, really scary for him, because he already knows I have the first part of Lightning Storm. Yeah, Jowser, you did screw up by sending in everybody. If you didn't, I think I was still going to win, but it would not have been nearly as decisive. In that last turn, I could have went Faithful Pegasus with Mighty Blow to kill you anyway. So I don't think you had a way to actually kill me before you were dead on board. But it's okay. Like I made the same mistake earlier with Gabriel if you were watching them when I was streaming. And I was doing it because I wanted to get through combat fast because Tom was waiting for me to do a draft, I thought. And instead, Gabe had the same exact thing. He had Spike Trap and it blew everything up. All right, here we go. Back in with Kinger. Kinger's got Force Major Apprentice coming. There goes the human. I'm surprised he didn't go after my Ogre Merc. He could, if he has an untap, he could have killed my Ogre Merc. Yeah, my hand was really good. I think you made a few mistakes in our draft, Jowser. You passed me some really, really powerful cards. If you look back at it, I was bouncing in between ours and Kinger's draft while we were going, but I think you passed me an Amnesia pack 1, and that was like, I was super shocked to get the Amnesia passed to me. Amnesia is the #1 like targeted card in Epic. All right, so my opponent did some things. I'm a huge fan of just Lightning Storm your face. I'm going to recall Lightning Storm and let's see what happens. We do all 6 damage to our opponent's face and apply. Okay, pass back. If we get priority again, we're going to just pick up the Lightning Storm on our turn before we attack. We don't want to play into anything tricksy. There's Lord of the Arena. That one's pretty good. I promise I won't block. So, you know, this is like kind of I'm sending a message play where he's punishing me for spending my gold, but he's not going to win this way. You know, getting me to 21 doesn't really have any meaningful impact. He has to have life gain to stay alive. All right, we drew Kong, which is pretty insane, but we're just going to pick up Lightning Storm and recall it. He's at 6, so this Strafing Dragon attack is going to kill him, and if it doesn't, Lightning Storm kills him on his turn. So we're pretty set right here. Yeah, it just takes a little bit of practice. Amnesia is counterintuitive, or it's not overt as like a card like Kong would have been or Lightning Storm. What makes Amnesia really good is that it lets you recycle the graveyard back of your opponent, and very often in Dark Draft, when equally matched decks meet up, you get into this war of attrition where no one has cards and no one has creatures on the board, and then whoever draws out their deck first wins. And so Amnesia resets that, so you automatically win. And it's for that reason, and it's the only effect in Core Set that does that. For that reason, it's considered the best card in the set. So there came the Hurricane. We have Lightning Storm. So unless Kinger has Life Gain in his hand here, the game is over due to Lightning Storm death. And as you can see, we just have like he has 5 cards, we have 4 cards, but we really have 5 cards because Strike replaces itself and Lightning Storm recurs. So Gargoyle's a 0. Kinger's trying to find life gain. This is a good play from them to try to not get out of this game. So we're going to see what happens. Transform goes bye-bye. Yeah, most people who don't have a playgroup already are still getting used to it and learning. We were lucky last year that Pluck U formed, and we had 4 or 5 people who were really dedicated. Between myself, Jonah Acosta, Rich Shea, Sullivan Brophy, Anthony Lowry, like every single player who was on our team queued for Worlds, and it's mostly because we got really familiar with the game and played together a lot. We picked up Lowry right before Worlds, and we got him in. Sullivan didn't have any events near him, and so we had to travel to an event. All right, Ancient Chant being used means he has to find a 0 with life gain. I want to say that that's Priest of Kalnor. There's Muse. That's a solid card. I didn't see that. He definitely first picked Muse. Flashfire. So that's him sending a message that he knows he's dead. So I'm going to be funny and deal damage to me and everything else and then kill him. And we'll apply it. Achievement unlocked. Am I going to the April Q in Boston? So I am going to be going to that event. That said, for those who don't know, I'm already qualified for Worlds 2017. I won the very first event, very first constructed qualifier that was held the next day. And so I love constructed. It's my favorite thing. Orion is Nathan Overbay. He's watching the stream or was. So we'll accept his challenge if he's still here. And we'll do a dark draft with him. Nathan and I actually played in Worlds 2016 in a dark draft. And we had a pretty unfortunate situation where he final tasked my Raxa in game 1 and then forgot to give it back, and it just messed everything up for both of us. But maybe I can get some revenge on him. But we accepted his request. Kinger, that's a good match. Sorry that my deck was pretty powerful. I don't know what you pulled. I saw some good cards in our game. I don't think you necessarily took anything wrong, but I just had the really powerful cards. I was saying that I think in our match that the 30 that I had, if I was going to write down my 30 without checking, those would be pretty close to the 30 I would want in a dark draft. It was pretty intense. But like, so we have these cool things where it shows us, but I wish we could like open it and see our deck list or things like that. Or like what are the contents of our decks? Yeah, I know I had one. We actually can see the contents of our decks, but it won't let me look at it. All right, I'm gonna check here. It looks like Nathan got back to me. All right, so once again, we saw how good Lightning Storm was in that last match, but you can see here we're passing Nathan 2 super solid evil cards. I know Nathan likes to be aggressive and take zeros, but he's probably going to take these and be forced into evil. That's really good for me because evil's weak in this game in Dark Draft. But we'll see what Nathan sends back. But yeah, so as far as the qualifier goes, I will be there. I'm bringing Anthony Lowry with me, and I'm bringing Sullivan Brophy with me. Jonah's coming, and he's bringing another friend with us. Seattle. So there's I think PAX West had a qualifier last year. I don't know how close that is for you. Evil is that bad. Yeah, so the problem with Evil is that most of the really good Evil cards have loyalty too. So you have to go really deep into Evil to get the payoff. But if you don't get the loyalty 2 cards, then you get like your other cards are really weak. As opposed to like Sage, like or Wild, like right, like Hurricane has no loyalty. It's really good no matter what. And so like Angel of Death is amazing, and Murderous Necromancer is solid. Necromancer Lord is amazing, and Medusa is amazing. After that, a lot of the evil cards are really like kind of sketchy, and so people tend to not play them very often. Good is worse than evil. That's situational, Josiah. It really depends on what good cards you're looking at. Like, so let's take two cards that are similar, like Murderous Necromancer and White Knight. They have similar-ish effects, or even White Knight and Succubus, right? White Knight's just better than Succubus in most situations. You like the token generator cards. Well, I like Murderous Necromancer. I don't like the Risen, the Airborne that I. Oh, the Strafing Dragon? Yeah, I mean, Strafing Dragon's insane. That card's really aggressive. Um, so in that game, we had a couple of things that happened. Um, Obviously, you walked into the the spike trap, but my blue dragon took out some of your cards. I got Dark Knight with the blue dragon, and then Strafing Dragon was going to kill your Necromancer, the Dark Leader rather. Um, but you walked into a big attack by setting me up for a spike trap, and so I didn't have to do that, and so the game ended abruptly. What was gonna happen was Strafing Dragon was gonna block whichever you attacked, whichever 4/4 you attacked with first, and kill the other one. I was gonna take 2 damage from a zombie, and then untap into a very aggressive play. You're welcome, Kinger. Do I know you in real life? By the way. Um, and I was gonna walk you into an attack, and then once you got to 14 or less, I was gonna play Faithful Pegasus with Mighty Blow for 14 or 12 damage, whatever it was to kill you. No, I do not know you. Okay, well I hope I get to meet you soon and that you qualify for Worlds and we get to hang out in 2017. Tat Daddy is John Tatian. I played John in round 3 of Worlds, and he just demolished me in Dark Draft. John, if you're watching, you're gonna need to update your client. You need to do that in the Steam area. Until you do that, we can't play because we have mismatched versions. I will accept this one from Kinger. Okay. I'm gonna decline it. I'll decline it. And then Kinger, if you want to play, just message me again. State of Delaware. I was actually just in Maryland. I was in Baltimore for the weekend for Eternal Extravaganza 6, which is a Magic tournament, and I drove through Delaware twice. Um, I think there's a couple of conventions in the southeast of the country that you might be able to get to for qualifiers. I want to say Dragon Con is one of them. And I want to say there's another one that's in the Midwest area that might be nearest to you. But you should definitely come out and play. Get into the app as often as you can, and get games. Even just against the computer, you can see where your mistakes were and maybe make some strong plays. I'm gonna have to message Tati and that this isn't working. Orion's waiting, and Tom I'm waiting on. Oh, you know what messed me up before when with the Thought Plucker? I took it with Tom. It wasn't with Kinger. That's why when you had the Thought Plucker against me, I was very confused. I thought it was in my deck. Let's go back into the deck builder, make a new deck. We'll make a heavy wild deck while we're waiting. We definitely want some fire shamans. We're gonna want. Oh, I have to pull them over here. So get some fireballs and some fire shamans. Get some flame strikes. Now, as if you watch my pre-strike, my setup for the app, I don't like playing 3 flame strike because the card's like really awful on its own. But you want your opponent to play like you have it, so we're gonna play 1. We need to get more zeros. Those are flash fires. Hunting Raptors are actually pretty decent in the core. Hurricane's the only sweeper we're probably going to play. Kong's one of the best cards in the game. Lash is solid. We get that in. We get the Lightning Storms in. We're going to get Pyromancers in. This is our burn deck. We're going to play some Rages. Play some Raging T-Rexes. Play some Rain of Fires. We saw how good that worked out for us. We're going to play Rampaging Worm to punish our opponent. We're going to play some Strafing Dragon for sure. Definitely play Surprise Attack. Triceratops, one of my favorite cards.
and worm hatchlings. All right. We're probably going to have to make some cuts and go back through here. I really doubt that we did 1326 blind, but it's been a little while. Yeah, alpha's base only for now, so we have to get used to it. But instead of looking at it like we don't get access to everything, just look at it. You can learn how to play, manage your gold, manage your cards better. Like, the number one thing that people do is mismanage their gold. Like, there was a couple of times where I was ahead on board and chose not to add, and that was really strong for me because it let me develop good plays. Thought is the best way to keep our hand up, and Sea Titan is the best creature really in the game. So we're going to play Sea Titans. Did it let us put 4 Sea Titans in? Because that'd be swell. No. And then we play Muse because Muse is Bay. 369. That's great. I kind of want to stick Amnesias in, but we just don't have space. So we have to just let's figure out what we did with Wild, and then we can go backwards. You discovered this game for the first week in March. Wish you could late pledge or get a key. Yeah, I mean, I wish you could too. I don't think the alpha is going to be closed for too long. I want to say that the Kickstarter backers, we should be expecting like 3 months of alpha, maybe a little less. They want to. So Worlds is in November, and they want to have in-app qualifiers for Worlds. And so in order to make that reasonable, they probably are looking to fire those in like August, maybe September. And if those are firing then, like, I have to say that by July, they're going to have the app available to the general public. So at most, we're talking, March, April, May, June. So at most, we're going to get 4 months before it gets out to the public. So anyway, we're going to get back into this deck and figure out what we have. We have 3, 6, 9, 10, 13. We have 16 zeros, so we're going to have to cut some zeros. We're really heavy into Wild, so I actually like the other guys. I like Fire Shaman, and I really like all the zeros in Wild. So if we go to 16 and 15, all right. If we go to 15 zeros, that gets us to 45. So we're gonna have to make some cuts on the ones, because that would only put us to 54. So if we cut, let's count it again: 3, 6, 7, 10, 13, 16. So we have to cut one of these. Let's cut the third copy of Flashfire. We want to keep a Lash because of recall. Yeah, so the beta will probably have some more keys coming out, and the betas might come in between now and July, or June, or rather August, rather. So that's also possible. So we have to cut 3 more, or yeah, we have to cut 3 more ones. For the burn deck, cards that are kind of weird. Let's see. No, I like all of these for the burn deck. I guess Hurricane's probably the weakest one. We're going to cut Hurricane. Okay. So now we get 6 more cards. Is there anything in evil we really want? Probably not. Like so if we want to win the mirror, we want Drain Essence. 1, 2, 3. We'll play a Final Task because it's aggressive. Oh, it's at the top. And we're going to play Withers because... Oh, we'll play Dark Knights, rather. There we go. We'll play 2 Dark Knights. And we'll play a Wither. Or not a Wither, a Final Task. Okay, so the Drain Essence is for the mirror, in the burn mirror. But there we go. That's a burn deck. And you can kind of like see how quickly you can build decks. Again, I really wish they let us rename our decks. That's pretty unfortunate that we can't. Let's check to see if maybe Nathan's ready to do their... Ooh, King or Constructed challenged me. I'm in. Constructed's my forte. It looks like Nathan's not ready. What are my regular times, Josiah? It's probably going to be 8:30 to 11:30 is when I'm going to be streaming most commonly. I may do some streams during the day because I'm a stay-at-home dad, but I often I have a side job that I often do,
And so my plan is going to be to do my side job in the morning and stream at night. So let's say 8:30 to 11:30 is going to be my typical time to stream. Where did our game go? Constructed. Accept. Select. Challenge not found. Oh no, I don't know what happened. Kinger, if you want to do constructed again, send me another match, please. This is my game with Tom where we're glitched. I'm sure Tom's not playing in here anymore. And that's why it's spinning. Yeah. This game with Tom was really interesting. I wanted to see how it would have finished. He wasn't going to win via life anytime soon, but he may have won via damage. Or via decking. But that's unfortunate. Let's go to the next game. And it's probably going to shoot us right back into here. I do like the next game feature. It just sucks when one of your games is bugged. I'm going to have to ask them to clear this game. Okay, we're going to exit out of here. All right, there we go. Me and King are going. All right. So the first thing we have to figure out is whose turn is it first. The answer is Kinger's. So we're probably going to play Psionic Assault. Keeper's great, but we're not ready to recycle, so we're going to throw that away. We're going to throw Fireball away because we want to draw cards. But we've got a play on our opponent's turn, a play on our turn, a play on our opponent's turn, and we have some life gain and some hand size. So we're really happy with how this is going. We'd love to draw Thought Plucker here because that card's great, but Memory Spirit and Drain Essence is a great combo. So we're really happy about where things sit right now. We also have Lying in Wait, which is great defensively. Like if his play is Sea Titan or something, we're really good. Notice again, I mulligan first because I'm on the draw. They did change that. It used to be the player who went first mulligan first, but to try to offset some of the advantage to going second, they changed who mulligans first. It's a minor thing, but it is important to note. I don't think I've ever let my opponent's mulligan decision influence my mulligan decision in the game, so I'm not sure how much it matters, but you know, I've mulliganed as little as 0 and as many as 5. So Avenging Angel is a sweet card, but it's going to walk right into Drain Essence. We have to think now. So we're going to play Kong on our turn, right? That's our best play. So since Kong's going to kill this, we're better off playing Psionic Assault. So we're just going to let him hit us. We're not going to die to this, and the effect's not going to matter. I'd rather get 2 more cards out of his hand with Psionic Assault. Okay, play Psionic Assault. We have to target our opponent and hit done. So we're going to see more of his deck. We still have Avenging Angel, which doesn't tell us anything because there's no loyalty attached to it, but it also signifies that he could be in a heavy good deck. Good constructed in core is very weak in Dark Draft, or in constructed general, but even in Dark Draft it's still weak. Sage Wild's really where most of the decks are. Okay, so he's good. He's likely good Sage. We see a 0 and Ice Drake. It's our turn main phase. Okay, so we're just going to drop in this Kong. Kong's going to request a dance with the Avenging Angel, and problem solved. We have a Muse, which we're going to get to drop on at the end of our opponent's turn. We hope that he doesn't have Thought Plucker. But as you can see, we've already whittled his hand down very deeply. So there we go. He has to refill with Apocalypse, which is good. Okay. He has Muse, but we can't do anything about it, so that's great for him. If he attacks with Muse, I want to jam down Memory Spirit, even though it won't have a target. But he shouldn't attack with Muse. All right, Nate. I had been drafting with you, but you didn't pick, so I moved over to the constructed game. But I'll be ready to draft when you're back. All right, so there's that. Oh, he drew with the Genisans. That's interesting. Because of that, we're still going to play Drain Essence here. We want to get rid of it, and we're going to set up our line and set up a return for other cards, and we're also going to play Muse down. We could have passed in between, but I don't think it would have mattered. Kinger likely just passes back to us. In paper, I would have passed back to Kinger, but just all the clicking. I'm definitely not blocking. Okay, great cards here. So as I said before, Keeper of Secrets is really good because it controls our opponent's graveyard. So we definitely want to do that. Of all the cards in here, the one that we fear the most based on our hand is going to be Force Mage Apprentice, so we're going to get rid of that. Then I like drawing 2 cards with Standalone here. That's going to trigger the recycle for us. Or actually, let's check our graveyard. Yeah, actually, I'm not so fond of that just yet. Let's start with a Kong attack. See if we can get any cards out of our opponent. Memory Spirit. Memory Spirit gets back Apocalypse, which would banish all champions. Okay. I don't think Memory Spirit's going to block, though. So this was a mistake, because there's a world where I might have attacked with Muse. And so he would have been able to block Muse with his Memory Spirit, which would have been great for him. But instead, he's just chump blocking. So with his gold down, we're pretty happy to get it. We'll just send in the Muse. At this point, we're anticipating Apocalypse happening. I'm not sure why it's glitched out and showing like this. It's pretty interesting. This is just part of being in an alpha, that we don't get to have perfect situations. Okay, damage is going to happen. Boop. And then we'll hit off Standalone, and we're going to choose draw 2 cards. Alright, and there's our plucker. We're going to hit recycle first, or recall first, rather. And then recycle now works because we lost an extra card. So that's great. And there we go. And as you can see here, we're nice and far ahead. We could wither away the Muses, but I don't really want to. I want to save it for later. Oh, now we're definitely going to do it. So now it's just correct. We're going to kill our Muse, but Apocalypse is going to happen anyway. But we're going to deny 2 damage to our opponent, or 2 cards to our opponent, and 2 cards, and rather 2 cards to our opponent and 4 damage to us. So we're super far ahead. Apocalypse is pretty much what has to happen, which walks him into Thought Plucker, which walks us into game over. We're just very excited about everything that just happened. And if by some miracle they don't play Apocalypse, we get Thought Plucker with a recycle trigger. So we're going to draw 2, they're going to discard 1. And now you can kind of see how my decks operate and why I put all the cards in. You know, all these cards have ambush or our events. We're always going to be live to make strong plays. We're pushing through our deck at all times. You know, they have 4 cards, we have 5 cards, but we have 2 creatures on board. And this one controls the game, and this one controls their life total. So we're very far ahead here. We're very happy about it, and we just need to see what Kinger does with their turn. We know Apocalypse is in Kinger's hand, and because of how far behind on board they are, we have to imagine that Apocalypse is what they cast. That would put them down to 3 cards. Thought Plucker puts them down to 2. And if they have an answer for Thought Plucker, they go down to 1, and if they don't, they still go down to 1. Okay, so now with the knowledge that they're not going to play Apocalypse, we're going to fire off Psionic Assault. If we played Thought Plucker, the problem with that would be that it would die to the Apocalypse afterwards, and while that's not bad, we'd rather just continue winning the War of Attrition. So we recycle 2, leave Psionic Assault in our graveyard, and draw. Now we pass back to our opponent, and we have to anticipate here that the Apocalypse does come. And then they're going to have to discard 2 cards to Psionic Assault, going down to 1. On our turn, we can play Thought Plucker, put them to 0, and that's, again, where we want to be. Handful of cards versus an empty hand. Yep, and there's the Apocalypse. Oh, but instead of using it to kill the creatures, he used it to draw 2 cards. It's an interesting decision. I'm not sure how it's going to work out, but let's find out as we play. Again, now we get to keep our board advantage, and that gives us gold priority advantage. Anytime you have gold priority advantage, your end board advantage, you're very far ahead in the game. I can now punish Kinger with any play that they make. I have control over what actions Kinger takes. I'm very happy with this, and they're going to have to discard down to 3 cards. So not only are we going to have this advantage, we're going to have control over everything. Awesome. And we drew a 0 to keep the pressure up. That's great. Hold on. So we're going to bring Kong back. First, we want to make sure we get our expendability out of the way. And we've already seen Memory Spirit, and so Spike Trap is the best card here. Apocalypse costs gold, so we can throttle that pretty effectively. We don't want to give 0s to our opponent. Now we just send in the Kong and see what we can get. Okay, we both have our gold up, and I'm more than happy to pass in this situation. I don't want to give gold priority back to Kinger. I need to keep the driver's seat in my position. So if Kinger does nothing and I do nothing, I'm going to win this game. So whatever Kinger does, we're going to punish as best we can. The best thing we can do is Thought Plucker. If not, we'll just draw some cards with Ancient Chant. It really just depends on what Kinger's play is. Okay, Angel of Light. Let's see if we have loyalty. Okay, Kinger gained 5. In that situation, we just jam the Thought Plucker. So the first thing we're going to do is recall. Then we'll do opponent discards a card. Yeah, perfect. Okay. So with gold being up and our life total being high, we're just going to let it happen. We don't really care too much about this. We're pretty far ahead again, and our Thought Plucker has priority for us. We want to be able to threaten Thought Plucker activations as much as possible. Alright, there's Winter Fairy. Again, our opponent's gold is down. There goes Watchful Gargoyle. Alright, so we definitely just Psionic Assault, get the rest of the cards out of their hand. Get a free card from Thought Plucker. Oh, that's a great draw. Oh, that's not what I want to do. We want to expend Keeper of Secrets and get rid of Apocalypse. Okay. So we sort of made a mistake here because our opponent's now able to block Winter Fairy onto Kong. We should have done that first. And then after damage, we could have hit with Thought Plucker. That was a mistake. That said, we're just going to take this nice and easy here. Hit in. We have Lying in Wait to use on the Winter Fairy, so we're actually not going to attack with Kong into the Winter Fairy. And if our opponent doesn't do anything, we're just going to throw down the Time Bender and return Winter Fairy to his hand. And if they do play this card and go down to 1 card, we can still make that play, especially if it's a gold card, because Thought Plucker will get it for us. And this is one of the best things about Thought Plucker. It really controls the game. Okay, so here comes the Winter Fairy. We're going to play Lying in Wait, and by banishing it, we get rid of the drawing card, which is why the Lying in Wait is just really good. We're going to recall first, and then we get to recycle. And you can see here what's happening. Again, our hand is super big, our opponent is down to nothing, and we keep developing a stronger board. Hey Sam, I hope you enjoyed downloading the game. It's been really fun tonight. I'm really enjoying the client, and I'm getting to play constructive, which is my favorite thing. So here comes Crystal Golem. So if I was Kinger, I would wait to use Crystal Golem until after Thought Plucker attacked. Yep, there we go. So the first thing I'm going to do is go send Kong into play. I hope that he blocks with Crystal Golem to draw 2 cards. That way I can get in with Thought Plucker and get one of them out of his hand. Yeah, so this is somewhat of a mistake, but that's okay. So you'll play Juggernaut there because it has Breakthrough, so the block trick won't work. And we're just gonna make him. We're gonna hold Thought Plucker back. We're not gonna attack. We don't need more cards. We have so many. We're just gonna hold back. He pretty much is forced into using Crystal Golem, and he missed the boat on using it on the Kong. He should have Watchful Gargoyle in play still. I think that was a mistake. Okay, yeah. So we're just gonna pass the turn here. In all likelihood, with his gold up, I imagine Kinger is gonna pop Crystal Golem to draw 2 cards, and then try to do something. Yep. Instead, chooses not to. We're going to discard Psionic Assault and Ancient Chant. Those were the 2 cards that we showed for loyalty, and both of them have recall, and Ancient Chant's great to recycle later. So, giving our opponent the least amount of information. There's Djinn of Sands. I'm imagining this is going to be drawing a card, but I don't know. Yep, there's a card. So we're definitely going to throw down this Ice Drake, and the reason why is that it's going to expend the Crystal Golem to get all of our guys in, which is going to present lethal damage. And this is why I think Sage is the most powerful color in the game. Like you can see my whole hand is Sage, and I can pretty much handle any level of threats. And then we just supplemented with the best cards from Wild and Evil to make our deck strong. We could have splashed for a Palace Guard. Card's also fine. It would be 3 Palace Guard and 1 Divine Judgment, and then 2 Brave Squires. But we'll play Ice Drake. First thing we'll do is the loyal. Actually, yeah, we made a mistake. We should have done the recall first, but it's all right. We'll show Ancient Chant and Keeper of Secrets. Expend all champions. Kinger controls. Then we'll do the recall, and that should make that we can't recycle anymore. Yep. Okay, we'll get in with Thought Plucker, try to get the card out of our opponent's hand, and get some information. I should have used the Keeper of Secrets ability before attacking. Me being a baddie. Brave Squire. That card's sweet. I was just talking about it. Okay, we're going to use this, and we're going to use the Banish, and we're going to choose Brave Squire. Bye-bye. Okay, Plucker gets in there. This game's over, by the way. We've won. It's deterministic. We're going to play Sea Titan. Return target champion to its owner's hand. Done. And then, because our opponent has no cards, we can just send in the clowns. Oh, we didn't think about Juggernaut, or Crystal Golem. That was a mistake. We should have attacked one at a time. Hopefully we don't get punished. I'm a baddie. That was a big mistake. Yeah, Atlanta, send the challenge right now. This game should be over in the next 2 turns or so. I feel like I'm pretty advantaged. Is that 1 damage to everything and recycle and draw a card? Okay. Thought Plucker already got in, so even though he's down, he did his work. We got the gold out of Kinger, so I don't know. He could get a blocker because we were bad and attacked with everybody. We should have started with Ice Drake and then Kong, and then finished off with Juggernaut. This is the recycle. This is the recycle. Okay. Muse. No, we were so bad. All right. So we should be able to get 9 damage in and knock our opponent to 5. We could play Keeper and knock him to 3, but it's not really needed. Oh, that's silly. They didn't even let us choose how damage was. Oh, because it has to be. So that's another thing about Epic. We can't have Kong kill the guy and Juggernaut get through. It has to be Juggernaut. So I was a baddie, and I deserve to be punished for it. We'll discard Ancient Chant. All right, Atlanta, build your deck. My deck's pretty. I mean, I built 2 decks really quickly off the top of my head. None of these have been tested yet. Okay, so there goes the Apocalypse. We're going to fire out an Ice Drake. And then we have Keeper for lethal. And Time Bender as well for lethal if possible or if needed. Okay, so Ice Drake is the way to go to win the game here, but I think we just need to reestablish hand control. It's kind of like, it's almost like playing with our food, but we don't want to get blown out by cards that could beat us. So we're just gonna play safe. You know, we can't lose the game if our opponent has no cards. We should have won last turn, but I threw it. But the only way to like lose a game like this is to keep throwing, and so we just have to tighten back up, knock the cards out of our opponent's hand, keep our hand full, and go from there. Like this Time Bender's gonna banish that gargoyle eventually. There we go. We got 2 cards out. We have a removal spell now. We're solid. We're just gonna drop out this Winter Fairy. We're gonna recall. Draw a card. See what I mean? We just keep our hand full. There's Thought Plucker again. We'll play Keeper of Secrets again. We could have played it first, but our hand's too full anyway. Look in here. Get rid of the Sweeper. We don't really want to be discarding here, and we don't have to kill Gargoyle unless he makes us.
So King is trying to figure out how to use their gold. There we go. It's going to deal 1 damage to everything. Oh, that's the recycle. I missed. Oh, Watchful Gargoyle was played. Okay. That makes my Withers better, but we don't have to use them yet, so we're going to wait. You know, the least amount of information, the better. The better. Our opponent's attacking. Now they've invited us to use our Withers, so we will. We have this Memory Spirit that's been lying around for a while, which is good for us. We got tons of targets for things, so we're pretty happy. But once again, we'll just go back to waiting, see what our opponent does. You know, we have 6 damage on board. They're at 7, so they have to feel pretty threatened. Yeah, the split attack phase is cool. It's actually more interesting later when more cards come into play that punish you for attacking alone or attacking in groups. But you know, making multiple attacks is really important. You get a lot better at magic attacks phases by playing this game because you're forced into positions where you have to learn. All right, let's see what Force Mage Apprentice does. Whew. All right, we're gonna lose our keeper. Bye, keeper. Blue dragon. Oh wow. So I'm imagining that we're gonna lose the keeper and then Force Mage is gonna attack. That's pretty brutal. We were gonna play Thought Plucker, but that play got a lot worse right all of a sudden. Interesting. So by using Force Mage Apprentice, they've allowed us to do a couple of different things here. I'm just going to play Psionic Assault. It's the safest play, and then next turn we're going to be able to set up a little bit. But I just want to get as many cards out of their hand as possible, and Thought Plucker is not enough. Winter Fairy, coincidentally, would kill Blue Dragon, which is great for us. So there's Guilt Demon, that's fine. Guilt Demon's probably going to get rid of my Psionic Assault. There we go. Again, this is just setting up the Ice Drake to be brutally powerful. Awesome for us. Okay, a lot of interesting things going on here. I think step 1 has to be to Fireball. I like upgrading it here. There's no reason to do anything else. It's going to kill these 2 creatures. Blue Dragon's going to trade with Winter Fairy. And we're going to draw a card. It's just amazing. And by the way, that's exactly why we play Fireball and not Flash Fire. Kinger decides to give it up. Alright, I'm going to hop in the draft with Nathan. Let's get reminded what we took. We took Lightning Storm. We're super happy about that. We're going to grab Fireball. And this last pick is tough. Fire Shaman's a good pick, and it's a 0. But we're going to go Fire Shaman. We're going to commit early to Wild. Wild's great for us. Hopefully Nathan's not watching too bad. Alright, we're going to grab Erase because it's great. If Nathan's watching, he's got an advantage, but that's okay. I mean, he knew out of pack 2 that we were likely to take Fireball. Fire Shaman is the only card he wouldn't have known about, and then Lightning Storm. Yeah, Kinger. I should have won earlier, but that's okay. I shouldn't have attacked with the full group like that. I forgot about Crystal Golem breaking to draw you 2 cards. It was a big mistake. And then you drew the Chump Blocker, and it was like, oh no, I thought I should have got it. But I was really happy with the way that my deck worked. I built it off the top of my head. I think a couple of cards could have been different. But I loved being able to lying in wait your Winter Fairy so that you didn't get a card. And then for people who are watching, I also slowed down. I could have killed you a few times. I had Ice Drakes where I could have been lethal, but I wanted to make sure that my kill was deterministic.
And so I was constantly attacking you with psionic assaults and things of that nature to get your hand empty, and to get as many cards out of your hand as possible, so that way you wouldn't have an avenue back into the game. You know, by the end of that game, I think you had no cards in your hand, and I had 5. And I had the Winter Fairy in play, so if you actually had blocked, oh wow, that's nice for us. So we're very happy to grab this Pyromancer, and then we have to figure out which of these cards we want. I'm not a huge fan of Wolf Companion, and I actually like Try Horror more than most people. And while Thunderous has situations where it's good, I just prefer Try Horror here, so we're gonna grab that. But we have 5 wild cards, which is really, or 4 wild cards, which is really good in this format. You were dead from like turn 3. I want to say you were dead as soon as my Psionic. So you played too many cards, or you played so many cards on turn 1 that my Psionic Assault loop killed you. You were run out of cards, and if you didn't respond to the Thought Blocker on turn 2, you would have lost the game to it, and so you were put into a position where you had no good plays, and that's basically what Thought Plucker does, and why I think it's the best card in the game. All these cards are good, but if I pass him this, he's going to take it, and we're committed to early wild. But Ceasefire Inner Peace is a really brutal situation. And so there we go. Triceratops, Cave Troll. Winter Fairy would have been a great pick there too, but we're really deep into this wild motif, and if we can get payoff for it, great. But the recall on Cave Troll means we're going to hit our loyalties, and Triceratops is one of the best ones in the game. And there's the payoff for going deep wild early. Hello, Mr. T-Rex. But again, we're passing Plague Wave to Nathan, which is solid. He might grab Jungle Queen, but I imagine he's taking these 2 cards. Nathan, as I said earlier, Nathan and I played at Worlds. I owe him a good beating. There we go. We're gonna grab the 0, and then we're gonna grab. All these cards are good. We have a bunch of slow things, so I don't want to grab Frost Giant. I think Resurrection might actually work out pretty well for this deck, but Bitten's never a bad card. Bitten would have been fine. Whoo! He's a lot of goodies. Dark Leader's the worst card in the game, so you never take Dark Leader. That card's just awful. Pack Alpha is wild, and we do have a wild motif, but we don't want it. We're going to go for the off-turn play here, but passing him Juggernaut and Jin is really not great for us, and I'm not super happy about it, but I want to have an ambush card. We're kind of low on off-turn plays already. But, oh man! Whoo! Our deck's pretty spicy. Nathan's very aggressive, so we have to be ready for that, but I'm getting pretty happy. Forked Lightning is great against aggressive decks, but there goes Steel Golem, man. Actually, I think we're going to take Forked Lightning, but this is a tough pack. Strafing Dragon, Chomp, not even a question. Really happy about that. I want to say we have like 14 wild cards already. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 13 wild cards out of 18. We're just super deep into wild. All of our ally triggers, our loyalty triggers, they're going to be almost automatic. And like our worm hatchings are going to get... Oh, wow. So here we go. This is like what I hate about Dark Draft. So Kong is the best card for our deck, and I'm going to win the game before Amnesia matters, so I'm going to let it go. But Drain Essence is like the best card against our deck, and so like we just give Nathan like 2 bombs. This, and like White Dragon's even solid. Like this pack is just the nuts. Oh man. Oh, this is brutal. This is probably the one of the best packs I've ever seen. I'm gonna take the Kong, but I'm not happy about it. I was excited, and then I got suddenly our Rage is amazing for us, and this is recycle, so we're gonna grab it. But man, whew, that pack was brutal. This 4, where'd it go? Having to pass, where'd it go? Is it at the top? They lost track of it already? I don't know. Wherever it ends up, that pack was brutal. Oh, this wasn't from this draft. That's why it's not right. We're going to go Final Task here. It's the most aggressive of these cards. Palace Guard or Apocalypse, both would be fine, though. Drain Essence is great. It's not a bad card. We're going to take Noble Unicorn. It replaces itself as an ambush card. Oh, we get 2 of them? Ugh, none of these are really good. Demon Breach is the next best card, but those cards all sucked. That was a weak pack. Drain Essence wouldn't have necessarily been wrong in that pack. I just don't like Kong is one of the best cards against us, and it's great for us because like Kong kills everything and blocks everything, and we just can't deal with that on a regular basis. We didn't have good removal. Ick. Oh, Nathan likes small aggressive cards. Let's grab a 0. Vampire Lord would have been my next pick. It's an ambush card, but we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 off-turn ones, so we're pretty okay. We have no way to remove big dudes either. I mean, our guys are bigger. We have Chomp to get rid of some of the big guys. We have all the big guys, Atlanta. Like, there's not really any big guys that I could think of that really aren't in our deck or that are playable. Between White Knight and Divine Judgment, I just want to get a sweeper just in case. Yeah, it's just where, like, what big guys are we missing? Like, Thunderous? Lurking Giant? Like, there's not too many left. Whew. Wow. Oh, wow, this is... So, Burrowing Worm is another big giant guy, so we're just going to grab that and shove it. We have Surprise Attack. Grab Rain of Fire and Wither. Alright, that's our 30. We're really heavy into Wild, which is going to pay off for us. We're going to get a lot of big stuff. Oh, yeah, so Atlanta's saying that we keep all the big guys. Okay, that's fine. I thought you were talking about me taking something else. I misunderstood what you meant. I give up Avenging Angel. That card's not that great. What did I pass? So I passed Avenging Angel, and I got Burrowing Worm. Yeah, Burrowing Worm is way better for me. Avenging Angel, it's not bad, but it's only good like in certain situations, and we don't have the flyers to go with it. Okay, we don't want this card so early. We don't want this card so early. Who's first? So Nathan goes first. We're probably gonna draw 2. We don't want this either. We need to draw good cards. All right. So remember, we have like 20 wild cards, and we have none of them in our opener. That's pretty brutal. There they go. There it is. Combo, boys and girls. Surprise attack into Burrowing Worm. This game might be quick. This is nasty. It really forces Nathan to have a specific thing, which is bounce or removal. That doesn't care about condition. So we're gonna force him to have it. Okay, so seeing for oh wow. So now we know that 2 of the cards in his hand don't matter. So we're just gonna give him a side of applesauce here and see what happens. Yeah, we're gonna select Burrowing Worm. Forked Lightning is a great draw too, based on what we saw from his hand. We just have really good, strong early aggression. He's pretty close to dead if he doesn't have a way to deal with Burrowing Worm. So he pulled his guy out and drew 2 cards because he was really far behind. We have Breakthrough, so we don't care about the Golem being alive still. He has Force Mage Apprentice, but he's probably not going to play it. If he does, we're gonna get some value out of it. It's okay against me. We get a lot of situations where it doesn't do anything. Yeah, that's fine. Oh wow, man. Let's just draw the best possible cards. Oh man. The only thing I'll say about the Dark Draft thing, the fact that you only play one game is pretty ridiculous. Like, it's best 2 out of 3 in real life, and so like you spend so you in a lot of games you're gonna spend more time drafting than actually playing, which is pretty crazy. Um, but assuming he takes this, we're gonna pass to him. He's gonna play Thought Plucker. We're gonna discard Try Horror, and then we're gonna Lightning Storm Plucker. All right, so that's fine. He's gonna take 16 instead of 18. I don't care. That's fine. It's gonna let him recycle, but he doesn't have anything to recycle yet. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, it's actually gonna be in the graveyard, so he's gonna be able to recycle it. That's right. Okay, so that's fine with me. So he's at 13. He's at 7. He's at 2. He's at -4. He's at -2 right now on board. So we can afford to spend one of each on his guys of the Lightning Storm. We have to expect Thought Plucker to come here. We're just gonna discard Try Horror. Yep. So he should fire off the Force Ranger Apprentice right away. Yep. It's gonna pass to me. We're gonna play Lightning Storm. 1, 1, 4. Apply. So we can go Pyromancer, put him to 5, and then Force Lightning will kill him on our turn. I don't know what they're going to do with the ranked format. Like, they said they were going to eventually track it, but they haven't really given us much information about that. We have no blocks for this. We're not going to waste any of our cards on a Watchful Gargoyle right now. Like, this Burrowing Worm is just super threatening against him. If he passes us the gold, we're going to just take our turn. And if he plays anything, we're going to play Pyromancer. Yep. There's Time Walker. That's great for us. That means we win. Yay, we win. Challenge from Atlanta. Let's take it. So Atlanta's known for playing control decks, for everyone who knows. So instead of going with the deck, actually, yeah, we're just gonna fire this deck off. But control on control is really not fun to watch. It's gonna take forever with it's like paint drying. Atlanta's gonna turn off stream. Atlanta, if you're still watching, can you just minimize it instead? Keeping the viewers actually good for me. When I apply for partnership, the more viewers I have, the better. Partnership would be swell for me and some other stuff. You'd be able to set up some things like specific emotes or icons and things like that. And I'm gonna be able to get some money, which is nice. Let's go to what's on hold. Dark Draft. I think Tom probably either went to bed or walked away. But what's really important is Thought Plucker. It's in our deck, so I can't wait to play it. Constructed my move, which means he's on the play, which is good for us. We have Plucker, we have Surprise Attack. Let's see, we're a burn deck. Yeah, we're pretty much ecstatic with this opening hand, so we're just not gonna mulligan anything. Yeah, my deck was pretty insane, Nate. I had about 22 wild cards in my deck. Um, I had Fire Shaman and Cave Troll and Worm Hatchling. I had all the big guys, so I took Burrowing Worm because I had Surprise Attack already, and I didn't want you to get Burrowing Worm because it would be bigger than my guys. I passed you Avenging Angel, which I assume you took. And like that was the only card in your deck that could really maybe scare me, but I had a bunch of ways to get rid of it. You only had Sea Titan. You didn't even have, or rather, you only had Steel Golem. You didn't have Sea Titan, or I didn't see it. So if you had it, then you got it without me seeing it. So Atlanta's passing to me with his gold up. Here we just fire off Thought Plucker. We need to get plays going, and Thought Plucker in this deck isn't what it is in the other deck. This is just mostly to get him to spend his gold to deal with it. But you can see already why it's insane. I mean, Crystal Golem is not big at all. Crystal Golem's a chump blocker. It does nothing. Oh, you mean Steel Golem? Yeah, I mean, if you had Sea Titan, I didn't see it. Obviously, you're first picking it. Um, yeah, so the amnesia term was really weird. So the amnesia pack was Kong, Amnesia, and Drain Essence, and I was so like torn about what to take. That was the pack, if you remember. I took a little bit thinking about it. I was gonna snap off Kong, and then I saw Drain Essence, Amnesia, which are like super really good cards against me. And instead of doing anything else, I ended up taking the Kong because I didn't want you to have Kong and be able to block me. Um, all right. So let's see what I mean. We got his gold out of his turn. We're up 5 cards, and everything else is Gucci. All right, so there we go. Keeper's going to turn down our Thought Plucker, and then we're going to fireball that before our turn starts. That was probably a mistake. If he has MUs, he might have played it on our turn. But either way, we're going to get things going, see how things light up. That's a solid card to have. Trade zombies. Hopefully he blocks so we can get in with this Dark Knight. There we go. That means it's Dark Knight ahead. Get in for 5 here without using our gold. Hopefully we can get gold in. Good night, Nate. No problem. Yeah, I mean, it all depends on what you take over. Like, the spot with Amnesia is tough there, but I definitely just didn't want you to have access to the Kong. It was more important than anything else. So we could wait here. We have gold priority and power, and we have board control with surprise attack, so I'm comfortable passing. Playing Triceratops wouldn't be the worst thing, but I think Atlanta might have to make a play here. There we go. There's Thought Plucker. We're going to discard Flame Strike because that card's awful. And then we're going to play Kong. And actually, I'm going to play Trike here instead. We're going to surprise attack Kong in next turn and just really punish Atlanta. Actually, no, we're gonna play Kong in case he has a sweeper. And the reason is we would like for him to play his sweeper and then surprise attack in the Trike. The other way, he would get all 3 creatures, or we have to take a hit from the Thought Plucker. But that right there, case in point, is why we don't play Triceratops out. Thanks for the luck, Nate. Good night. Okay, there goes off Amnesia. Atlanta's trying to get cards in his hand. Using it so early is good for us. It's supposed to be random, but it went in order. So I wonder if that's a programming issue or just a visual display bug. I'll have to ask them about it. So he's recycling Sea Titan and then keeper, he leaves Thoughtplucker in his graveyard. That makes me think he has Final Task either in his hand or in his deck, or both. Final Task right now would be brutal on us. So Flash Flyer gets rid of our Dark Knight. Kong is still here being a problem. Let's see what he has to say about that. Noble Unicorn, so he's blown his gold. So we're going to play Surprise Attack Trike, draw 2 cards, and add a big, huge body to the board. See what we can do with that. If you hadn't noticed already, here we can see my gold is on my my avatar, and his gold isn't because he used it. Okay, we have choices. We're not going to have loyalty on our Hunting Raptors, and they aren't going to kill anything. They're also 5/5. I think Hunting Raptors is supposed to be a 5/7. That might be a coding issue. I have to bring that to their attention. But we draw Strafing Dragon, which is a pretty good draw for us. Our opponent played White Dragon, which walks into our Strafing Dragon. So we'd like to draw a wild card off the top. Whoo! That's not a wild card, but it's not bad either. We're going to start with playing Triceratops and attacking. So here he's got to be afraid of a burn spell or removal spell. He played Ceasefire to prevent further attacks, which makes our Sea Titan here a lot better. I'm going to Sea Titan my own guy. I would trade Triceratops for a Noble Unicorn here, no problem. He doesn't know that that's going to be the trade if he double blocks, but even so, it's fine with me. I wish I could follow up with Kong, but I can't. But Sea Titan's going to bounce Kong. Yeah, so we're going to do damage here. I'm not going to play any of these events. I want to put just like that. Yeah, all 5. Done. Apply. Oh, no, I did that backwards. Oh, God. So frustrating. Anywho. We bounce Kong to get the rebuy on the effect. We also keep our boards sleek. I clicked that wrong. I wanted to do 6 damage to Noble Unicorn. So that's pretty awful. We're giving Atlanta at least 1 extra card, if not 2 here. That's pretty unfortunate. Pretty upset with myself on that misclick. Just gotta get used to the interface a bit more. Here's that final task we were worried about, and there's that Thoughtplucker. Yeah.
Atlanta should just draw 2 cards here, and then sweep on his turn. Yeah, so Crystal Golem's even better than a draw 2 because he's going to be able to attack first and then draw 2 on his turn. Sam, what do you mean you have no idea how to make a deck? What's going on? I can give you some pointers as I get crushed here by Atlanta. I made a one big mistake in assigning damage, and I think it's only turned into 1 extra card for him. Actually, I don't think he ended up getting an extra card out of it, so I don't think it mattered because he final tasked Thought Blocker, then he played Crystal Golem, and he chump blocked. So, but anyway, what's your concern about making a deck? What cards to play? What you don't know the game past Thought Plucker. Well, this card's really good. Sea Titan. Um, all the cards in Atlantis deck are solid. White Dragon's the most conditional of them because you have to play a gold one the turn you play it to get the effect, and most of the gold ones suck. But Final Task rebuys Thought Plucker or any other great creature, and you get to use it. If the creature's unbreakable, it doesn't get broken, so it stays in play on your side. Atlanta's still thinking for some reason. If you like aggressive stuff, Kong is really powerful. Strafing Dragon's really powerful. If you go look back at my videos and the things I sent you earlier, there's a couple of instructional ways to build decks and some decks I would suggest for beginning players. I go through some of the other things about the game. Okay, so here's a cool little interaction. We're going to send in the Sea Titan. He's going to block with Kong, and then we're going to play Fire Shaman, and then T-Rex get the loyalty trigger or the ally trigger and kill Kong. But I built a bunch of different decks. They can go to my YouTube channel, and so you can just go there. But this is why I don't like decks like this, because I have to make this play, otherwise I can't win. But like, it just walks me into a sweeper. I have no hand. He's gonna play a sweeper, and I'm gonna be dead. This is why I don't play burn, and this is why I prefer to play control. All right, so he upgraded Fireball, I guess, to get 3 damage on me. Oh, and to finish off my Sea Titan. Okay, that's a really big play. Now he doesn't have to sweep me because he can deal with Raging T-Rex fairly easily. So while this game, oh, here it goes, High King. Boom, I'm done. So we can keep playing, and I guess I will. Actually, that White Dragon probably means I'm dead. Second High King. I should concede at this point. I'm just dead. But crazier things have happened. Let's see, what kind of crazy card pulls could I get here? Thought Plucker wouldn't get me back into this game. I would need to get Thought Plucker into Muse, maybe? No, it's not going to work. I need to get Thought Plucker into a draw 2, maybe Erase. I think I put Final Task in here. Does he have a Thought Plucker in his graveyard? Lightning Storm, that's a good card. He does not have a Thought Plucker. All right, let's go Lightning Storm. We can hit our opponent's face, but we're not going to win that way. We're way too far behind. Luckily, we can keep recalling Lightning Storm so we don't lose outright. Any good sites for net decks? Epic Foundry is the company's website. Let me pull it up and I'll link it for you. The problem is that most of the ones that are listed there are for Constructed as we know it now. I put a couple of decks on there myself though, so you can use those. Yeah, I mean, so this game is over. Atlanta's won.
Go to Epic Foundry deck lists. You can sort by recent, and then a bunch of us put core decks in there. Anything by Tom's Epic Gaming is from a friend of mine, and it's really good. And then anything by me is obviously, I think, is pretty good. I'm only playing this so Atlanta can keep winning and having fun with himself, but we're pretty dead here. Yeah, so we have to kill Angel of Mercy. Actually, I don't think he has another good card in his deck. So we're gonna kill Muse, or in his graveyard rather. We're gonna deal 4 to him and apply it. I don't think he had another good creature in here. Oh, he's got the White Dragon, but it won't proc. And yeah, in the Epic subreddit, Sam, they have a bunch of stuff, which is curated by people. But anything from Tom's Epic Gaming or from, what am I listed as in here? I thought I added a bunch of different decks. I don't know. I'm getting some kind of error from my decks, but my YouTube channel has the streams that I ran. Let me grab that, and then where is it? My channel. For some reason, only one of the videos is showing right now, and I'm not sure why. I don't know why Atlanta's not doing anything. He's amnesiaing me. So that's my channel. I think only one of my videos is showing right now, but I did upload all 3, and I'm not really sure what's wrong with it or why it's not showing the rest. If anybody has any experience with YouTube channels, I'm more than willing to be trained. I think I'm dead on board, and I'm not interested in playing this game anymore, so we will... Oh, I don't have the concede option. I have to wait to get priority. Oh my god. Come on, Atlanta. Why is he recycling? Oh, White Dragon's bugged. White Dragon's super bugged. He should not be able to recycle from that. He hasn't even played any gold spell yet later. Sure, I'll give you epic lessons, Sam. But he should not have been able to do any of these things. I should be getting priority, and I'm pretty frustrated that I'm not. But he's going to be able to kill me, so it doesn't matter. But this is why I don't like decks like this, is that you get run out of cards too quickly and you can't recover. And that's exactly what happened in this game. But like the fact that it told him that I didn't have responses is also something I don't like. I have a challenge here from Wasabi. Is that you, Sam? Okay, well, all my challenges are accepted. And they're all my moves. Oh no. We'll take Lightning Storm. I hope it's not going to throw me into the game with Tom again. Yeah, good game, Atlanta. Tat Daddy is Tatian, I would imagine. It did throw me into the game with Tom as well. But that said, I played the aggro deck so we didn't waste our time with the control mirror, and I didn't have a tempo deck built to beat you. So I figured you were going to win once we started, but I didn't really have much of a choice. So, wow, this pack is pretty awful for pick 1. We're going to take Rage, but I'm not really happy with that pack. Yeah, I forget. The game had me misassign combat damage, which was pretty brutal. I tried to kill your noble unicorn, not the white dragon in that combat, but oh well. A couple of games on hold here. I guess while those are on hold, we can hop into the campaign, see something cool. Let's go up north, see what's going on. Icy Assault. All right. We got a bunch of good evil cards here, so we're gonna hit both. We're gonna hit our loyalty here and get some zombies. So we're gonna mulligan Faithful Pegasus because we don't need a 0 that we can't use. Another evil card. Whew! That's a humdinger. Alrighty, that's a Juggernaut. That's pretty brutal. Yeah, that'll kill it later, but we're gonna eat 9 damage right here. Let's draw some cards. Oh, buddy, those are some goodies. We made a mistake. We could have gained a zombie too. Could have gained a zombie too. Definitely gonna wither. We're gonna pass the to the AI with our gold up. They played Ice Drake for us. They have a Juggernaut and a Juggernaut, so they're gonna whiff because we didn't show them anything. We know they have an Ice Drake, so we're gonna play Sea Titan and just reset that. That blocks the Juggernauts really well. So they're probably gonna just alternate continually between Sea Drake and Juggernaut. That's probably what this challenge is gonna be. Yep. We shouldn't have used the Wither because apparently they just have infinite Juggernauts. So that's 4 Juggernauts that we can see. So their deck is probably literally just Juggernauts and Ice Drakes, which is pretty insane. All right, let's draw some more cards because we're gonna need them. Okay. So we know Ice Drake is coming at us, so we're gonna have to play pretty aggressively here. Normally I would like to block this Juggernaut, but we're gonna have to see if we can get our opponent to do something for us. Yep, there's the Ice Drake. Um, it's a pretty unfortunate predicament. Let's go with Fire Shaman into Bellowing Minotaur. We'll shoot our opponent for 3 and try to get aggressive. Attack. Pass. And let's gain some health. We don't have loyalty, and we'll pass from here. Yeah. I don't know how I feel about them getting just the same cards over and over and over again. And us having these awful, awful cards. We'll take 9, I guess. Let's draw 2 cards. We lose the loyalty on that, but maybe we'll pick up something that we need. All right, those cards are all good. Inner Peace is actually really solid. We should have got another zombie from Plentiful Dead. I'm actually playing pretty sloppy right here. But let's go send in. Oh, actually, no. Let's not send in. Let's take him out. Cancel. Oh no, we want to send him in. Sorry. Attack. He's got breakthrough, which is great. Hopefully we're gonna get the Ice Drake out of our opponent here, and then we're gonna Mighty Blow when he blocks, and then the Fire Shaman will kill the other Juggernaut, which is a good line from us. Tightening up a little bit. Yeah, so we're in attack now, so I want to let him block first. There's the block.
Now we throw the Mighty Blow down. Drop that here. And then deal 3 damage to him with the Fire Shaman. So that's going to hit for a bunch of damage, which is good for us. Okay. So here comes Juggernaut. Again, not very great. Got nothing doing, so we pass. Gonna gain 10 with Inner Peace, trying to stay alive. The Spike Trap's pretty miserable because it won't actually do anything that we need. Watchful Gargoyle, also not super hot. Let's see what it can find us. We really want to get an evil card so we can kill the Ice Drake and win the game right here. Get rid of 2 cards and recycle. Well, we whiffed on the evil card. So we're going to have to send in 7 and 8. That's enough to kill the Drake. And we want to keep Fire Shaman alive on the off chance we find the evil card to, or a good card rather, to deal with Juggernauts. We're going to play White Knight. We're going to pick up our Inner Peace. And then we're going to resolve, draw a card, and then we have a chance to hit Loyalty and win, which we did. And again, that's why you love that you can sequence your stuff. And that's going to give our White Knight Blitz, and their gold is down. And so we win the game. So we made one mistake earlier, but we were able to recover and win the game anyway. Whew. All right, so let's go forward. Weather the storm. So there's going to be hurricanes, and then we're going to have to figure out probably hurricanes and lightning storms is what we're going to probably be seeing here. So cards with loyalty immediately we want to get rid of. It has recall, but I'm not a huge fan. Let's get rid of Faithful Pegasus. Okay. Lightning Storm happens. Alright. We're going to just Ancient Chant here and get a bunch of cards in our hand. Boop, boop. Pass, come to us. I have to imagine that the card that they're going to play is Hurricane. So we're just going to play White Knight. It's going to kill it anyway, but nothing we have survives it. So we'll draw a card first. And then these 2 cards we'll see. Beep, beep. Okay, attack. Here comes a Hurricane. Lightning Storm. That's not what I was expecting. Okay. It's got a bunch more life. Very confused. There's the Hurricane. Okay. We're going to draw 2 cards because it's better to get bad than nothing. Okay, and then we'll play Watchful Gargoyle. And we'll do that. We'll draw an extra card off the recycle. And we'll jam out a Plentiful Dead. Okay, start by attacking. See if we can get lightning storms or hurricanes out of our opponent's hand. Maybe he'll kill our creatures and not do all of it to us. Nope, all of it to us. Okay. So we're definitely going to play the Gold Dragon here and get in for some damage. We should have let off with the zombie attack, but that was just a mistake. It may end up costing us the game, but we'll see.
Probably not going to need Hurricane in this spot, so we're going to throw that away. We have to imagine our opponent has something. Okay. Lightning Storm to us. Send in the Gargoyle, see what's going on. We have to imagine a Hurricane. There it is. We're going to lose our Dragon. All right. Here's a cool interaction. So we're going to play Force Major Apprentice, deal 2 damage, target our opponent. We're going to play Sea Titan is the fastest way to kill our opponent. We're going to prepare Force Major Apprentice first, and then we're going to choose it. Unfortunately, we can't use it in between, but such is life. Get him again. Alright, we need to gain some life here, so let's draw some cards and hopefully find something that gains life. That's not it. We're going to play this and recycle, and not Plentiful Dead, please. Try to gain some life here. Oh, there's life. Yay! Draw a bunch of cards to get rewarded. Kill him in style with a Bellowing Minotaur. There goes the recall. Special rules, some rule description. Interesting. So this is just part of being in the alpha. They haven't put everything in yet. Maybe they didn't think somebody would go this way or that they would do the campaign yet. We got a message when we opened up the campaign for the first time that a lot of things are going to be changing. This hand is fine. 30-30. Okay. So we're going to find out if there are any special rules, what they are, and how they interact with us. Okay. Demons early, but that means our Hurricane's going to be solid. Let's go Lord of the Arena. Hit that recall. So we don't block or play the Protector because they're gonna play Demon Breach. We're gonna play Ancient Chant. Just keep our hand healthy. Draw a bunch of great cards. Its cards Inheritance is actually pretty awful here. We'll go to our turn. We get to jam Inner Peace. Inner Peace is going to trigger our Lord. And then we just get to send him in. We've already seen that there's a bug in the AI, so he's going to block with 3 demons here. And so that's just great for me. He should really only be blocking with 1, but since it's coded like this, I'm going to take advantage of it. So now we get to jam Protector. We get to recall, make this guy huge, and then have itself get huge. Pass. Block. I never thought I'd say this, but I want to pull a Priest of Kalnor. He's just playing Demon Breaches. But a Priest of Kalnor would let me make my Lord of the Arena unbreakable and then play Hurricane to blow out my opponent. But the idea here is going to be just to stall as long as I can with all my good cards here, and then maybe clean up with some evil ones later, or rather with some of these later. But that gets us back up, triggers our guy, we send him in. He's gonna make some more demons. Protector's gonna eat a demon a turn. So attack with 3. We obviously we're not going to be blocking this, but let's figure out what happens if we draw 2 cards. Ooh, that White Knight looks great. We'll do that. We'll definitely take that and then figure it out from here. Ooh, that Spike Trap looks beautiful. We're gonna definitely Inner Peace. We need another good card to get the White Knight to have loyalty. We definitely want to play it so we can get the trick. Plus, Spike Trap's going to be really powerful for us in a minute. So, there's all the demons. I'm about to kill 3 of them. We were going to have to discard anyway, and I would have discarded Fire Shaman, so that's what we're keeping for now. So here comes some demons in. Spike Trap does what Spike Trap does. And then I can recycle. We're going to eat Ancient Chant, leave Inner Peace in there because it's great with our Lord of the Arena and White Knight. Oh, Wither's pretty good against this situation. So they're attacking now. That was their attack. Here comes 3 more. So we're going to Wither the demons. They're all going to take 3 damage and lose 3 offense. And then we're going to block with Angelic Protector. We could upgrade Fireball and kill them all, but this is cleaner. And we'll be able to draw some cards off of Mighty Blow. Okay, everybody takes at least 1. Take him down, him up. There we go. That's great, because now the White Knight's going to trigger... Alright, we can do Recall first. Then we can do draw a card. Then we can do make the other guy bigger. And now we can do loyalty for that. Okay, let's send him in first. Maybe they had block with 3 guys. We've seen that bug or that mistake before, so if that's what happens, great. If not, we get some damage in. Perfect. So they don't have a gold, and we know what cards in their hands, so for the sake of expedition, we're just going to power through here. Get a big pop. Send it in. Knock him to 10, which is pretty good. We actually have him at 7 because we have the fireball. And we'll just discard some cards at the end here. Bellowing Minotaur is pretty weak. We don't need standalone or transform. So they're going to just draw Demon Breach, play Demon Breach, and pass back to us. We're just going to draw 2 cards. A bunch of solid cards. There's that Priest of Kalnor I was talking about. Okay, we're just going to fire out Inner Peace. Gain a bunch of life. Fire that off. I could have picked it up with the Pegasus. That was a mistake. But the White Knight can ride. So we'll give him a ride on the Reading Rainbow. Since the game is over, we'll just do some more fun stuff. But, you know, just simple stuff. This, whatever reason they have the demons blocking the Lord of the Arena like this, the AI, it just makes this, my hand beat this challenge very easily. Fireball, deal 3 damage, choose my opponent. No, I could have played this before I played the other card, but it doesn't really matter. You, and you together. Yay, we win. Alright, let's see if we can beat the campaign. Getting real close to that thing at the end there. Alrighty, Winter Fairy's great. They go first. We don't have a reason to keep this in our hand. We're probably going to lead off by drawing 2. That's unfortunate. Okay. Alright, that's solid for us. Getting closer to evil triggers. There we go. Definitely just get Dark Assassin down. Reveal. Break a champion. So even if they're going to be playing Angel of Light every turn, we'll be okay. Life is something you can knock down. Alright, Divine Judgment is a sweeper. So it looks like if my board gets too heavy, they're going to sweep us, which is fine. Yep, no blocks. You got me. Another angel. Okay. So I'm going to break the one that's tapped because I want him to block with this one so I can fireball it. We know 2 of the cards in his hand are Divine Judgment.
So we know the last 2 cards are Divine Judgment. So we're definitely not going to add more to this board right now because Divine Judgment is also Banish. So I'm just going to draw 2 cards for the final task when we get to that part. Interesting. So he's choosing to not block. After all the things they did before, this is very, very strange to me. We only have 1 card in our discard pile, which is weird. We can't really play that. I want to play Succubus, but we can't. I really wanted to Fireball so I could make a better decision. I guess Winter Fairy is the play. It's going to encourage him to use his ability right away. He should just Divine Judgment as soon as he gets priority. If he attacks, I block. Yeah, that's great. We're going to block because I'm expecting him to just throw Divine Judgment this turn. And since that's likely going to happen, it's not worth holding back. Okay, so he didn't throw Divine Judgment, which is fine. We have our gold, so Fireball will break the other 2. And that just sets us up for a great turn. Fireball, we're going to upgrade, get these 2. Target our opponent. And then the Dark Assassin will take care of the Angel. And we'll play Gold Dragon. In case I misread that they were both Divine Judgments, we're just going to send things in one at a time. So for my opponent here, I'm expecting, oh, there's another Angel of Mercy, and then Divine Judgment, and Divine Judgment. Okay, so I know what his hand is. He's just not playing Divine Judgment. But that's okay. So it's their turn in the end phase. I would just like to draw 2 cards. I don't really want to play Angelic Protector here. We're just, at worst case scenario, we'll win the game by milling out. And that's fine. So we know those 2 cards are Divine Judgments. So what's the best way to do this? We'll just break his guy. Play Lord of the Arena. And send in the clowns, as Frank would say. And we'll hit for a bunch and gain a bunch of life. Alrighty, and like I said, I'm expecting Divine Judgment any day now. Nope. It's pretty interesting that the AI continues to just play Angel of Light into a Dark Assassin. It's pretty suboptimal play. We don't need any more life. Let's try to get an evil card. I'll show everybody, I guess, since it's clear that they're not going to actually do anything to punish me, we'll just close the game out. And we know what the cards in their hand are, so. Here it is.
Just use all the cards we get. And attack. Okay. He's at 2. We're at 113. It's a very close game. We have to discard 2 cards. Inner Peace can go, and Angelic Protect. Let's go with Bellwing Minotaur can go. Here's that pesky angel. 2 Divine Judgments. It's also interesting that they choose not to use Divine Judgment to draw 2 cards on my turn, which is what I would expect. Spike Trap can be played. We can recycle. I do like that you can move that window. It's really interesting, a really fun feature. Let's get those 2 gone. See what we draw off this. Sea Titan's a great draw. We'll play Angelic Protector. Recall Inner Peace. And that should close the game out and put us around 150. Oh, we didn't get our Righteous triggers? That's not fair. Ooh, Psionic Assault deck. So now we want a lot of recall cards. So we already have Inner Peace. That's great. We don't have Loyalty for this. That'll draw us cards, and that'll take advantage of us being discarded. So this is solid. All right. Ooh, that's pretty brutal. Okay, Steel Golem is not great. The best way for us to deal with that is to make jump blockers with Standard Bearer. Now we're going to leave the human token back to block the Steel Golem. We're imagining that our opponent is likely to play Psionic Assault. That's going to be their play on our turn, every turn. So we're going to play Winter Fairy, which is just going to draw us a card. That's great for us. It's a way to win the game. They didn't play Psionic Assault. I'm so confused. So it's probably just an error in the coding, I imagine, where they're not playing events. It's pretty strange, though. I'm not going to pretend otherwise. I mean, the human's definitely going to block. Pass. Steel Golems can't be interacted with, so let's draw 2 cards. What do I have? I only have 1 thing in the graveyard, so we'll wait on the Spike Trap. And Winter Fairy will draw me cards every turn, so we'll wait on her too. Succubus is not a bad draw. Let's get Winter Fairy in there and see if we can get a better card. Thought Plucker, woo! Alright, we'll discard Inner Peace. We'll get that back when we play one of the cards in our hand. White Knight. White Knight. So I really want to play Angel of Death in a few turns at some point, so I can't play Succubus. It's really Lord of the Arena and attack, or White Knight and defend. And I think I'm at the phase where I want to play White Knight and defend. We're going to spike trap the Thought Plucker. Oh, no, we're not. Yeah, we'll show these two. Keep the Blitz. Play Force Mage Apprentice. Deal 2 damage to Thought Plucker. And end the turn. Yep. We didn't attack because we knew they were coming in with Steel Golems here. So first we're going to block with Standard Bearer. That's going to give us the ability to recycle with the Spike Trap. And then the White Knight's going to trade with yeah, we can Spike Trap now. See, it doesn't target, which is a cool thing. So even though the guy was... Oh, I clicked nothing because I clicked through it like a jerk. So that was a mistake. But I was busy trying to talk about the untargetable versus Spike Trap interaction. It's just attacking champions. It doesn't care if they're targeted or not. But... Alrighty. We will gain some life and try to stay in this game. We know 2 of the cards in our opponent's hand are Psionic Assault, so... So Winter Fairy's going to get us another card. Force Mage Apprentice is going to deal 2 and hit them because we're going to play Angel of Death here and kind of reset the board a little bit. And we're going to draw an extra card off Winter Fairy because it got broken. And we could play Fire Shaman here. Oh, opponent did not use anything else. That's good for us. So since they passed to us, we're just going to take the turn. Send in the Angel of Death. See what happens. Thought Plucker. Shucks, what do we do? We got so many different options here. Lord of the Arena is probably the worst card. Actually, that'll kill him. No, so we're gonna discard Inner Demon. That's the worst card here. So hopefully they take this, and then we can go Wither your Thought Plucker, Lord of the Arena, you're dead. Yep. Get back our Inner Piece, send in the Lord, and just in case they have some kind of tricksiness. Nope, there it goes. Alright. And here we are. Against Valencia, Justice Bringer. Whew. Okay, we need to just get better cards, so we're going to throw away Pegasus. Inner Piece is fine. Our opponent leads off with the People's Champ. We're probably going to make a zombie and draw 2 cards. Or rather, gain 10 life. White Dragon comes down. We draw Force Mage Apprentice. I like Succubus here. Draw a card first. Pay 1 health recall for sure. Because we drew Angelic Protector, we're going to give this guy Blitz. We're going to show Dark Assassin and Plentiful Dead. And then we're going to banish the People's Champ before he gets a chance to make more humans. Why didn't that happen?
That's pretty buggy. Oh, he's unbanishable. That was me being bad. Gotta read what the cards do. It's actually unbanishable. So that was a big mistake. Let's hit a token. Yeah, I should have played Dark Assassin to kill it. That was a mistake. Got overly clever. Yeah, I figured it out before you did, but I didn't. There's a delay on the stream, but you're totally right. That was just a silly mistake on my part. What was played? Standard Bearer? Oh man, it's a lot of humans. Alright, so he's attacking. So we're just going to chump block here. We're going to untap into Apocalypse. So that's pretty much the line we're in. I meant to block with the zombie token, but apparently I misclicked that. So we'll block. So we'll block with our zombie, and maybe the AI will make a mistake and attack with everything at once. That'd be swell. Dragon coming in. We'll throw the Angelic Protector in front of it. Target the Succubus. Alright. Let's start by attacking, see if we can get a play out of our opponent. And we did, that's great for us. We can just pass through. Get in with the Succubus. Deal 2 damage. And break all champions. Yeah, the office corset only. Oh yeah, Sam, you're probably definitely looking at a bunch of awesome stuff. No, you can't. As I told you in the beginning, you should just look at my stream. There's a bunch of good stuff in there. The deck that Rich played at Worlds is the same deck that I played at Worlds. But the deck that I played at the qualifier, I think, is actually a better deck. Rich talked me into that one, and it does beat the deck that I played at Worlds, but I think that it's a better deck to play. Okay, so we're going to gain 10 life. I think jump blocking makes sense. We're about to see him play a bunch of white dragons here, I imagine. And so we're just going to gain some life and play Inheritance when the dragons come down. We have a built-in loyalty off Plentiful Dead down here for the Dark Assassin, so we could do good stuff with that too. That's going to be our play for next turn. But we're going to banish all champions, all non-token champions, and get back our inner peace, which is good for us. Opponent's got a bunch of Wolvies, that's fine. Our Standard Bearer will match up well with that. He chomped his wolf on accident. That's pretty good for me. That's pretty weird that the AI can misclick. But, you know, I'll take every advantage I can get, so. It's especially when I misclicked earlier and tried to banish an unbanishable champion. Okay, we'll start by attacking with Standard Bearer. We got in there. All right, let's see what we draw off Watchful Gargoyle. There we go. What could we draw? Standalone. That card's sweet. Let's draw some cards right now. It's just need to get our hand full again. All right. So we can play either of these cards with loyalty soon, so that's great. And Spike Trap seems great against this token strategy. That's a Kong. That card's pretty big. Let's drop down an Inner Peace. Gain a bunch of life. We have board presence here, so we're going to play Dark Assassin instead of Angel of Death. We're going to pay 1 health to recall first, so we have Plentiful Dead. And then we'll show Angel of Death and Plentiful Dead. That'll give our Dark Assassin Blitz. Activate this to break the Kong. Get in there with that Standard Bearer. If we see our play now, we don't have a way to use our gold on our opponent's turn, but maybe we'll have to Spike Trap and see if we can find something. Or if they do something weak, then we don't have to worry. Okay, so they pass to us. So whenever that happens and you're winning on board, you should always just take your turn. Yeah, so you could message Smacks. They have my lists. I put a bunch of control decks on there for people before. So here we are. We're gonna actually, before we send in Standard Bearer, we're gonna play Gold Dragon. Now we're gonna get back our Inner Peace, send in the Standard Bearer. So now it has Righteous because of Gold Dragon. So you'll see here we gain 2. And then this will be, we're going to gain 8 because Standard Bearer pumps Gold Dragon, which is a base 6/8. It's interesting to me that they modify the attack and defense, but they don't modify the abilities on the keywords on the card. It must have to do with the imaging file. Like, the numbers are much easier to change. We left Dark Assassin up even though it would have been lethal. That was probably a mistake. We'll gain 10 from Inner Peace on their turn because we can. Okay. Let's kill him with a Minotaur in style because that's considered to be one of the weakest cards in the game by a lot of people. So I wonder. Interesting. So I found this enemy. We can keep bouncing around, I guess. Okay. Whew. Mulliganing. Spike Trap's probably the weakest card here. I like the rest of them. So our best turn, yeah. So we're ahead on gold. We just pass. We have a very reactive hand. We'd like for our opponent to play something. See? Get rewarded. Ice Drake, Juggernaut. Oh, we've done this dance already. That's okay, though. We'll do it again, I guess. Here we go. Yep. Comes that Ice Streak. Yep. And a Juggernaut. He's got 2 more Ice Drakes. Oh boy, oh boy. So 6 and 9 is 15. I'm going to be alive through the end of this. Inheritance is an off-turn sweeper, so we're going to want to use that. So we're going to play Ancient Djinn, see if we can get something good. Okay, great. We're going to take the damage here, and then we're going to have to stabilize next turn. I don't want to make a zombie here. 2 damage to them for 1 damage to me is a bad trade when I'm so far behind. I think he's going to play Ice Drake for me to tap down my Dark Assassin, so let's just attack. He probably just plays Ice Drake anyway, and then I'll play Angel of Death and kill it. Yeah. I could Mighty Blow here, but it's just not going to help. Wither, same deal. It's like I'm using cards that I don't have to use yet, so we should wait. We'll pass and let him block. It's fine. Then we'll play Angel of Death and show Plentiful Dead and Wither. Wither is going to be good on the Juggernauts later. One Ice Drake, 1 Juggernaut. Okay, so he's running out of Ice Drakes. That's good to know. I think we're just going to draw 2 cards here. Man, this Bellering Minotaur keeps coming up. Whew. Really wish it wouldn't. Let's get in with 6 in the sky. Here comes that Ice Drake. Yep. Juggies. Juggies. So we're going to be casting Inheritance on our opponent's turn, which is a banish effect. It doesn't really make any sense for me to commit to Mighty Blow here. Damage is going to happen. So we're just going to get in a nice crack here with this Bellowing Minotaur. Get in some damage. Hopefully our opponent just plays Juggernaut first for us. That'd be swell. There it is. Juggernaut and Juggernaut. No, there's the Ice Drake, unfortunately. Okay, and then we just slam Inheritance. They get to draw an extra card, but they have a handful of cards and all the cards that they would want. And we get to keep our token, which is swell, and we get our 10 life back. So we're going to attack with the zombie token to get him to play Ice Drake. That way we can play Winter Fairy and have it up as a blocker. Oh yeah, so we'll let this finish. We're just going to throw Fire Shaman out there. It can save us some life in the next turn cycle. If we play Winter Fairy, we draw a card. It's not really going to help us. We need to be able to figure out a way to survive next turn. There's going to be a Juggernaut coming at us. If we Inner Peace now, we don't have a flyer to block that. Yeah, I think Winter Fairy is where we want to be. We can Winter Fairy and make some things happen. That card's a great draw. That's going to help us maybe win the game. Or at least not die anytime soon. So there's the jugs. We'll see who comes in first. In comes Ice Drake. We have no attack events. We're going to put Winter Fairy in front to block. Just let that happen. We drew Faithful Pegasus. That's great. It's got Blitz. It's going to work with Gold Dragon very well. Gain a bunch of life. Now Wither's going to be good for Juggernaut. It's going to kill that. Play Faithful Pegasus. We will get rid of Ancient Chant and Dark Assassin. Ancient Chant's going to draw us an extra card. Those are all great draws for where we are. We're going to play Gold Dragon. Gold Dragon gets us back Inner Peace. We get to jam these two guys together. We're going to expect the Ice Streak to come down. Oh, we could have picked Fire Shaman up, but we don't really want to. We have to imagine Ice Drake comes in from our opponent here. It'll tap down the Fire Shaman. That's fine. The damage is going to kill the Faithful Pegasus, but we'll also end up killing their Ice Drake, which is fine. Gaining a bunch of life there is ideal. We'll play Priest of Kelnor. I guess if we had done it the other way, we would have saved our dragon, but it's okay. Suddenly, we have a nice big cushion of life. Here comes a Juggernaut. Showing an Ice Drake. Slam down an Angelic Protector. Target itself. Done. Take the 6 because we're going to block 9 from the Juggernaut. We could have waited, but it doesn't really matter. Throw our Angelic Protector in front. We're also going to gain 5, which is going to be great. Okay, it's our turn here, so we're going to Wither on the jugs. Send in the Flyers. We would lose the Priest when he plays the Ice Drake. So if he blocks, then he loses the Ice Drake, and if not, we get pretty far ahead. Okay. Gain a bunch of life, which we need. Here's a cool interaction. I talked about it a little bit before. You can final task from either graveyard, and if you take their Juggernaut, you give it Blitz automatically. Or it has Blitz automatically, rather. We'll get an extra zombie, and we're not going to draw a card. But because it's unbreakable on our turn, when Final Task tries to break it, it's going to survive. So that's pretty good. We're getting closer to killing our opponent. We can Mighty Blow the Juggernaut. That should be 19. That should be that, and the Fireball should kill our opponent. And the Fire Shaman trigger. Watchful Gargoyle. Boop, boop. He'll block. We'll just draw 2 cards here. We could have made a zombie first, but it just doesn't matter. We're just going to win the game off the Fireball Mighty Blow interaction with the Fire Shaman and the Juggernaut. But here comes an Ice Drake. Mighty Blow, 10 offense to the Juggernaut. Done. Deal 3 damage to the target. And just because we can, we'll send a message. Deal 3 more damage. Attack. I didn't even block because he was dead. That's interesting. But there we go. Bounced around on the map for a while. Had some fun. Let's see if anyone got back to us. Oh, everybody did. Let's see if Tat Daddy's still around. We took Lightning Storm. So we're going to take Triceratops and Juggernaut. I like getting Juggernaut here. I would have wanted it earlier in the other deck. Chomp would be fine, but I'd rather be Sage Wild, and so those are the cards we want. What do we pass? Pyromancer and Corpse Taker is probably what John took. Oh, I could pick again here. We are Sage Wild. I'll take Avenging Angel. Hunting Raptors is okay, but I'm not a big fan of them. And then Wasabi, if you're still here. I took Kong. I would follow Kong up with Lurking Giant and Gold Dragon. Guilt Demon's my pick here, but actually, Lord of the Arena, I have Gold Dragon. Inner Peace is also solid. I have to remember in this matchup that Wasabi has access to Inner Peace. Oh, Tat Daddy's here, so we can play now. All right. Boom, boom. So we want. Yep, we're definitely gonna fire this off. Happily. Ooh, this pack is really good. This pack is really, really good. Whew. I'm gonna take Kong, but I have to remember that I passed him Muse. That's a rough pack. That's a rough pack. I really would like to have that Muse, but I have guys that just lose to Kong pretty hard, and so I need to be able to be safe from it. Constructed challenge from Hammybone. Woo! Alright. That's my friend Sam Hammybone here in the chat. So if anyone in chat ever challenges me, I'll try to play as soon as I can. This is going to be my my last set. So when me and John and me and Sam are done, I'm going to be finished. Okay. Take Pack Alpha and Inheritance of the Meek. Faithful Pegasus could have been okay too. Guilt Demon is the card I want here. So it's opponent's turn, so we're on the draw. I want to keep Winter Fairy, but we need to find something really good to do on our opponent's turn, and we don't have it yet. At least we got to draw 2 out of it. Whew. Whew. That's a really strong pack that John sent me. He owes me a couple of strong packs. Yep, there's the Amnesia. We gotta snap that one off there.
Alrighty, well, John's thinking about life, so Sam. So Sam mulled 1, played Ancient Chant. So as soon as he passes me priority, we'll draw 2 with Hurricane. Alright, those are good draws. So I could Juggernaut here. I don't think I really want to. Keeper's not going to be as ideal for me because I don't have a graveyard yet. So let's start with the early establishing card of Winter Fairy, and we'll figure it out from there. Well, we took Amnesia from this pack. I'll take those cards. We know that he has Muse, so we want cards that beat it. Oh, wow. This pack is insane. This is what happens when I play against John. I think my deck needs T-Rex the most, but Erase and Rage going to John are just brutally good. Brutally good cards. Palace Guard, that's banished. That's great for him. So now we just snap off this Drain Essence. Okay, come to my turn. So now remember I said before about controlling the graveyard. You see here he's got 2 cards. So my Keeper's live, plus we have 2 cards. So the Recycle trigger is going to be live. So that's really good for us. Sam should be done. He used his gold. He might have a 0. He's shown me Sage and good so far. Yeah, he didn't. Okay. So here we go. We're going to banish from his discard pile. We're going to pick Palace Guard. Then we're going to play Juggernaut. We're going to recycle first. We know that a Memory Spirit's on the bottom, so we only have 1 in our deck, so putting both cards away doesn't really matter so far. Get Winter Fairy. For loyalty, we'll show another Juggernaut and another Winter Fairy. That's fine. And that'll get me another card. And then Juggernaut can attack. I'll do Battle Pass. And then I'll get back to my draft with John. Ooh, that's a lot of good cards. So we're going to take Lash and Wither, but Medusa and People's Champ are great. Surprise Attack's the card that I need out of this pack. Okay, and then let's get back to my game with Sam. He's erasing my Juggernaut. That's fine. We'll discard. I will discard a Winter Fairy here. We have just too many cards in our hand that are slow speed. And Juggernauts are good enough. John's got a lot of really powerful cards. Deadly Raid's really good. Like, I think his deck is just better than mine, and it's really frustrating. Wasabi's in here doing something. What do we take so far? Okay, too good to. Alright, these are the better cards, but I'm sorry, Tom, I'm betraying us, but I have to discard this Winter Fairy.
But I can jam this Time Bender on his turn, which is going to be solid. I can banish some zeros. We're going to get rid of the Fire Shaman first, and then on my turn we'll get rid of the Watchful Gargoyle. Yep, here comes the T-Rex, that's fine. Flash Fire Fireball. Whew. I'm surprised he played the Keeper there. There's no real reason to do it. But we're going to be hitting the Time Bender. You can see it's beating up a Cave Troll. He's shooting off a Fireball. See, this is just his inexperience with the game, not realizing that if I do anything, he's going to be able to respond. So, he also probably doesn't realize his Gargoyle can attack. I don't know. There it comes. Wait, what? Pretty frustrated. I just clicked through the loyalty trigger. I thought I clicked both creatures. If I had clicked both of them, I would have been able to banish this or this, but apparently I screwed it up. So where are we now? We're at block events. I've got targets. Yeah, we're going to have to Spike Trap to help ourselves out a little bit here. And draw a card. But this Fire Shaman should be gone, and then I get rid of the Keeper of Secrets next. And then again, he made a mistake by letting me have Recycle. Let me get back to my draft with Sean. I'm pretty frustrated because he shouldn't have the Keeper left. Just a mistake. Where are we? We're Heavy, Sage, Wild, Slight Contingent of Evil, and Good. These five, I wonder what Wasabi's pack was, because these 4 cards are all first pick. Well, these 2 cards are first pickable, and these cards are super solid. Alright, let me get to my match with Sam. Alright, well, Sam's thinking about what to do. Let's jump in and draft with John. Probably taking Noble Unicorn and Angelic Protector. John's deck is so much better than mine. It's pretty frustrating. So in comes T-Rex. I've got a couple of options here. I could use Time Bender and bounce it. I could chump block with Winter Fairy, but I think I can just take this 12. I really didn't want to use Sea Titan last turn and give him the 2 cards. So if I didn't want to do that, then I really don't want to Time Bender and give him the 2 cards. So we'll just take 12 and see what he does. Like 2 active Time Benders would be really good for me. Lightning Storm. So what's he gonna hit? Yeah, he can only. Oh well, he has Flash Fire, right? We know that. So he can do 1 to Winter Fairy and 2 to. Yep, that's what he's doing. Oh no, it's not what he's doing. Okay, it's pretty interesting. So we're gonna play this to chase the Flash Fire out of his hand. I'm pretty confident he's gonna play it. Blue Dragon plus Spike Trap will kill the T-Rex when he attacks next turn, which is great. Okay, now we've got 2 cards in our graveyard, which is a great time to Amnesia. Because he has Lightning Storm in his graveyard, so we don't want that staying around. And we'll draw off the Ancient Chant, which will help us a bit. And there's the Kong, which is even better than using that Blue Dragon trick. Palace card. That's probably going to banish my Kong. Bye, Kong. We're going to throw Juggernaut away. We have discard 2 cards. Juggernaut and Standalone seem like the weakest cards right now. Let's go finish our draft with John. And we'll just take these 2 cards. Demon Breach would have been okay too. Okay, we go first. We know he has Muse, so we have to hold on to this. We don't have Loyalty. Oh, he has to mulligan first. That's fine. Let's get back to our match with Sam. He should be attacking with this Palace card. Yeah, there it is. Just not in a real good spot to answer this. Let's go with... As if I Hurricane, I lose my Time Bender anyway. This way, if he replays Palace Guard, I still have a Time Bender. Our life total is too low to start taking damage. We saw a lot of Fireballs and Flash Fires, which means he also probably has Flame Strike. We just can't afford to get too low. And, you know, if we were to Hurricane, he would have his gold up and be able to punish us super hard. This way, if he plays a punish that's not Palace Guard, then we still have 2 Time Benders in play. See, like I said, we controlled this turn again, which is great for us. Time Bender is going to banish that guy. And the problem with Sea Titan here is if I bounce his Palace card, he gets my other Time Lord, and that guy's pretty good. How many cards are in his graveyard? 2. Oh, we should turn off his graveyard recycle. Let's do that right away. So we'll put T-Rex on the bottom. So this is a cool interaction that people don't always see. We're going to recycle first. 1, 2, done. And he's probably thinking I'm going to bounce his Palace card, but I'm actually going to bounce my Keeper of Secrets. And then I'm going to play Keeper of Secrets again and recontrol his graveyard. Okay, so now I have board dominance, and I'm pretty happy with the situation. Let's get to my match with John. I passed to him, he played a Muse. See, that's why we got this Force Ranger Apprentice in that draft. He might have a play with his gold now that I took away his Muse. Draft with Wasabi, we have a bunch of wild cards and some small amount of evil. A bunch of wild cards probably means most of these cards suck. Maybe we can make Fire Shaman good. Hurricane and Dark Knight. Actually, yeah. Hurricane and Chomp is what I want. Dark Knight's really good though. I hate passing good zeros or passing up on good zeros, but I think it was correct anyway. The Chomp's gonna just be solid for me every time I do it. So he's playing standalone to draw 2. That's fine. So I'll end my turn. Okay, Forked Lightning. He gets these 2 guys, it looks like. Or is he going to hit me? Nope, he gets my guys. No problem. Now his gold is down. That's great for me. We can Hurricane, which would get his Palace card, but I don't think we need to get his Palace card. Oh, we'll get his Keeper, though. So now that we're getting extra value, we're being priced into it. So he's seeing that he's going to control my discard, right? He put me down to 1 card. But what he didn't consider was that I would be getting to play more cards this turn, so I still have Recycle up for me. Yeah, we're just going to draw 2 cards. We could kill both guys, but we don't really need to. And we could get cards like Muse. So we'll pass to our opponent. He will likely kill our Muse, hopefully with something like Flash Fire, and then we'll play a second Muse. Ooh, interesting. So I did not know that it would just skip through the phase like that. But anywho, here we go. Force Major Apprentice will deal 2 damage to Keeper of Secrets. Boop. Then we're gonna play Juggernaut. We'll prepare Force Major Apprentice. And I'll show him Amnesia and another Juggernaut. And that'll draw us a card. Time Bender, that one's swell. Send in the Clown. And deal 2 damage to Keeper of Secrets before he gets a chance to have priority. Pass it up. Wave of Transformation. That card's pretty swell. I guess I could have attacked with the Sea Titan first. That's okay. We're pretty far ahead, and we have Blue Dragon to clean up his guy. There's no reason for us to press further, so we'll pass. While this is going on, I'll go check in with John. So we killed the Muse. He played Sea Hydra on his turn. That means I'm going to want to... Sea Hydra. Oof, that's a beauty. Let's go with Lurking Giant. I wish these were the epic colors that were swirling. The orange is kind of weird. Forked Lightning. Oh, he's recycling. I didn't pay attention to his recycle pile. I should have maybe amnesia'd him. Yeah, I should have got him. He had 4 cards in his discard pile. That was a mistake. But we'll see how it plays out now. My Time Bender's going to do a lot of work here. I believe I showed him Amnesia and Juggernaut before for the loyalty trigger on the other Juggernaut, so that's what we're going to show him this time. Okay, in comes a Watchful Gargoyle, which is going to walk right into my Spike Trap. Why it didn't let me Spike Trap, I'm not really sure. That's pretty unfortunate. He must use that shortcut to skip through the attack phase, and since I didn't have a blocker, it didn't give me priority. That's something I'm going to have to message them about that's wrong with the alpha, because I totally would have Spike Trapped his Watchful Gargoyle there. And even if not, it would have given me a chance to make a play. I could have even Time Bendered, banished it. Like, there's so many... That's absurd. Why didn't I get priority? So it just passed the turn to me as well, which it shouldn't be doing. I'm pretty disappointed with all that. Alright, let's get rid of his graveyard so he can't recycle. There's a Thought Plucker. That card's swell. I mean, like, I had so many things I could have played on his turn. I don't know why it didn't let me. I probably would have played Time Bender on his turn. I could have played the Muse on his turn. There's a Strafer. That card's pretty good. We're going to have to Lying in Wait Strafing Dragon. I imagine he's going to kill the Blue Dragon with loyalty. Let's pay attention to what he reveals to us. Another Strafing Dragon. That's pretty brutal. And Forked Lightning. So that's enough to kill me if he realizes that he can set it to my face. Yeah, he hasn't. So we're going to get to keep playing this game. But we are not doing the best. Let's get this guy out there because we're going to discard otherwise. I really wish I had 15 right now. My life total being wrong is pretty unfortunate. So there's another strafer, which is a mistake. He shouldn't be pre-combating this. Forked Lightning and Rain of Fire. Yeah, he's got so much burn in his hand, I'm just dead. Yeah, I think he just realized now that he could do it. It's pretty unfortunate for us. We're going to play Lying in Wait. Banish it. Just trying really hard to find a Drain Essence here so we don't die. And it's not working out so hot. This is another situation where him being a beginner is really hurting him. He should have just played like Rain of Fire, hit me for 5, the token for 4, keeper for 3, and then killed me on his next chance with Forked Lightning. But I just got to keep digging here, try to find Drain Essence, and hope he keeps letting me in the game. Oh, let me go check in on John. I hope he's not waiting for me. Probably is. I feel bad. Okay. Let's go send in a Lurking Giant and see if he has the rage here. I think I'm just like completely hosed. But I know I have Drain Essences in here. If I draw one, I'm back in the game. Why would he play Forked Lightning? If he plays Strafing Dragon, I'm dead. I'm so confused. What was his second target? He only picked one target? Whatever, it doesn't even matter. He had me dead anyway. So I lost because the game picked the wrong thing. That's awesome. That's really unfortunate that that happened. This is fine. So John's playing he's playing into like a 4-for-1 right now, and that's really good for me. Deal 2 damage to John, and then we're gonna banish all champions. And banish is good because he can't recall the Hydra. Yeah, Sam. So what happened with that was the app screwed up a few times for me. You also you made a lot of mistakes. You should have won a lot earlier. You could be just hitting me in the face with a lot of your stuff, and like you were killing my creatures when they didn't matter. When you could there was a turn when you played Strafing Dragon, where you could have just played Rain of Fire, hit me for 5, and then hit 4 and 3. Oh, come on, John. You. Grr. Yeah, Forked Lightning could have hit 2 things. I did say that too in the chat. You had me dead for I don't know, 3 or 4 turns. You kept hitting my creatures. All I had to do was draw Drain Essence. Uh, all I had to do was draw Drain Essence at any point, and if I Drain Essence the Strafing Dragon, I win the game. Or I win the game is excessive, but I pull really far ahead from where you were. But I was so far behind that I had to keep trying to convince you to use your cards on my creatures, and you kept biting, so I got lucky. But in this game with John, he's so far ahead. My early turn where I got rid of his Sea Hydra, his Rage, and his Spike Trap, all for an attack with the Lurking Giant was great. But he's played a couple of draw twos, and I haven't, and so I'm just really, really far behind. And so it's really unfortunate, and I don't really know if there's any way I can come back out of this. It's gonna have to be finding really good cards somewhere. So we're gonna just jam this down, make him unmessable. And the reason why we do that is because I want John to bounce my Angelic Protector here. And if he doesn't, that's fine.
But this way it keeps the Vampire Lord in play for another turn. Yeah, I mean, you can go back and watch. I'm going to upload this stream to YouTube when I'm done. And you'll be able to take a look and see some of the things you could have done differently. And you'll see I was telling you, or I was commenting on things you should have been doing. Banishment. And it's John's turn, so he draws the card. That seems really good for him. I'll take my 5 here. I love to draw. The best thing for me to hit right now would be any draw 2 from my deck. I'm kind of light from what I remember. But I have like Ancient Chant would be ideal. Lying in Wait would be okay. Inheritance is gone. Divine Judgment would be okay. Now I can't see the board. What did he add? I drew a red card. Could be Inner Demon, maybe? Yep, alright, that's a draw 2. Alright, now we're back in this game a little bit. It's unbreakable, and John's going to send it back to my hand. It's not too much I can do about it. Yeah, that's fine. I'm going to surprise attack in Kong, and that should help me. Yeah, I just need to know how to get YouTube to show my other videos. It shows the first one that I uploaded, but I uploaded 2, and neither one of them are showing, and I just don't know really how to handle that or do it differently. So there we go. There's John attacking. There's a surprise attack. We pick Kong. Kong's gonna kill Time Bender and block Cave Troll. Yeah, I believe there are settings. I just couldn't figure out where they were. Okay, so I was erased. That's fine, and I'll take this damage. It's all fine. T-Rex is a juicy draw. Problem is we don't have loyalty for it. We can't afford to pass because we're behind on board. I'm just gonna play Vampire Lord and pass. I want to play Kong, but I need to be able to hit loyalty for T-Rex. Like, there's no way for me to win this game if I play Kong. I need to get John to play more creatures to walk into a Divine Judgment, or draw 2 off Divine Judgment and hit loyalty for T-Rex, and then come back by playing a bunch of big guys that John can't deal with. So Ice Drake's going to expend my board. He's got a Frost Giant, so I'm actually just dead. So as soon as I can, I'm just going to concede the game because I'm dead. So we concede. So I was dead on board because Ice Drake does 6 and Frost Giant does 8. That's 14, and I wouldn't have any effect that would get me out of it, even if I had calmed him. Like, I could Wither and get to 3, but he just kills me. He was way too far ahead. Oh, I dislike that I have to click the animation for "you lost." It's pretty aggressive. Anywho, good night, everybody. It was a pleasure streaming. I'll be back tomorrow. Hopefully the games will go a little better, and I'll try to set up some constructed decks in the morning. So that way at night I have decks that I really want and I've put some thought into, as opposed to what I clicked up pretty quickly. If anyone has any questions, again, feel free to message me on Facebook, tweet me on Twitter at DaisyBro, and I'll talk to you guys later. Thank you very much and have a nice evening.